Am I even ready to go live? I didn't really check. I think we're good. I think we're okay. I didn't really, like double, triple check everything. I just kind of press the button. I hate it when I do that. I just sometimes just don't press the fucking button. I just press the button without really clocking what I'm doing. So that just is something that I end up doing. It's really nerve-wracking going pressing the live button. I hate always when I say shit oh, streaming is hard or whatever. First of all, no one actually watches my streams. Second of all, I don't know, but streaming is kind of nerve-wracking, pressing the live button. And also, it takes an extreme amount of my concentration to stream. Seriously, on days where I don't stream, I get so much more work done. Seriously. So it's also like that. So people ask me when I don't stream, why didn't I stream today? It's it's not like I was doing anything that important. I was just chilling out and working on my own. But yeah, I get so much more work done when I'm not streaming, because I don't have to talk, it takes so much of my concentration to sit here and have things to say all the time. Even when I'm trying to work through a bug, I consistently talk, so it takes a lot of my energy. But I do hate that saying things oh, streaming is so hard. It's not. And people who have streaming as their job or whatever, it's that it's not a real job. It's nothing like a real job in terms of the stress or whatever. But it's true. If I want to get something done, I don't stream it. So, hey, what's up, cheese? Yeah. But yeah, so yesterday I got some work done. I did triplanar texturing based on the tutorial we've been, not the tutorial, but the chapter in the GPU gems textbook that we've been following through on terrain generation has triplanar texturing, and I'll show the code for that in a second. It's pretty much just ripped straight from the book. How am I? I'm alright. I took a day for a break, which is important for multiple reasons. I think it's important for me to have days off of taking my ADHD medication, or else it becomes, less effective. So that's important for me. We have a shader error. In water.frag. Oh yeah, I added a water shader again. It pretty much, all the code that I added yesterday is pretty much just taken straight from the game engine. Where's this viewer? Here. So I'll show that off here. Let me make this monitor primary. Also, I moved the mic location to the right so that hopefully you can hear less background noise from the fan, because I know my laptop fan has this really annoying high-pitched sound that it makes. Don't worry, it bothers me too, but anyway, the water shader is pretty not amazing because of this harsh light here, this harsh thing. I don't really know how to fix it per se, but anyway, I thought it looks good, this looks good, but it would look a lot better without a black sky. So that's what I'm kind of working on. It also looks so. I went through and I changed a bunch of things here to make them less crazy. Like I warped this a lot less, so the geometry was naturally like not as crazy as it is usually. So I'll show it off back with how it was before. So I think like this was about 3.0. This was at like this. It's annoying because I have to copy the density function 3 times, which is really annoying. Like really annoying, but I think that these were also changed, but not like incredibly. But yeah. So the water shader was actually not that hard to do. It's literally just a normal map. It looks like Earth, yeah. That was kind of like my goal because I don't know, once I added water it like started looking like Earth, but anyway, depending on the height, there ends up becoming like mountains sometimes, where I have it that they can become like snow capped, basically different density levels and things have different colors that are a part of the texture. Anyway, I broke the collision here because I copy and pasted that thing wrong, I think. But as you can see, that over there has like this white type top. That's just because of the that part in the shader that makes it so that the higher places have different colors. Now a few things. We have normal based coloring and that works fine. What we don't really have is we don't have like shadows, obviously, so that's something that we can work on. We still have popping in and out because of the LODs, so that's something else we can work on. There are like very subtle waves and they don't look too convincing, so we just have to play around with it more to make it look more convincing, I think. Like this doesn't really feel like waves, it feels more like just like bobbing in and out. And the UVs for the normal map obviously have to change, or the texture itself has to move. Right now it doesn't actually move. Past that, I don't really know how to do the water thing because I had never really done it to any real extent before. Also, the movement code for my engine, I really tried to port it over. It doesn't really feel exactly like it. There's just less velocity due to strafing, so it's not really b-hopping. It's more like just floating, I guess. Anyway, so that's all the work that I did. Also, the collision. Oh right, this is what we fucked up. I didn't do this to 8. Also, what we can do is change the water level to make it lower, and naturally when it goes lower it's going to there's going to be more terrain on top. Obviously we also are I have to figure out what that OpenGL error is from. It might be just from some stuff that we have commented out, but anyway, so we still have those seams, and that's why you can see the water underneath the ground. So there's that as well. But yeah, so this is like the terrain, like more wonky, right, with the higher warp level. And so this is what I was kind of like working with. And then late last night, then I just like quickly wanted to see if I could make it look a little bit more like Earth, just to show off the fact that you can change it a lot. Anyway, I have a feeling that like with crazier terrain like this, it would look a lot, more alien. Oh, yeah, the terrain is not exactly, I think we messed something up, to be honest. But if you put like a more like a darker basalt sort of texture on this, I was trying to make a texture before, but if you put like a darker basalt texture on this and then put maybe some like lava or something, then it would probably look a little bit different, right? Because of the the rockier like formations and stuff. Anyway, the collision is a lot more janky than it was before. And there goes my laptop again. Very, very classic there. But yeah, so the collision is a lot more janky than it was before because now with these like different layers of noise, our scalar field isn't really we can't trust it as much, which is what I was struggling on last stream. I was here for like 4 or 5 hours just like really trying to figure it out, and we discovered that really the field is the problem. I didn't really have a bug with it. It was just that we couldn't trust the ground anymore in the way that we were sampling it anymore. So we have a different method of sampling it, which is like similar to the binary search that we had in the beginning. It was a little bit, more complicated than the method that we were doing here. However, we probably have to do the same thing for fine surface entry now, that this is a bit outdated, because this isn't really working to find walls as much. I also want to try and make it so that my laptop doesn't overheat anymore. Would be awesome. Even if it makes things look a little bit worse, I kind of want to attempt that because I think it would make us a lot happier in terms of everything. So I'm just going to, I want to X-render this down to this is yeah, so I'll just put it to 1920 by 1080, and then my other monitor, hopefully that doesn't break anything. No, it's fine. And then I want to put this other monitor onto lower. Okay, just so that we are as performant as possible. And I also want to go into a knit now and then change the resolution to something a lot lower. Yeah, so right now we do this by screen width, which is initialized to 1280 by 960. I mean, that's already pretty small, actually. That's already pretty small. Yeah, I have a feeling that it's not this that's the painful thing. It's probably our it's probably the amount of chunks we have. So for now, like max chunks LOD, let's just put like the 3 closest, and then the ones at 16 just like put like 12. And then we'll just do 24. Yeah. And we could of course also pump the chunk world size up a little bit so that it's less. So let's just do that as well, and then hopefully this will be good so that we don't like overheat and I don't have to deal with my dumbass laptop being a pain in the ass, because that kind of puts a damper on things. How am I? I'm good. I'm alright. Thanks for asking. Hope you're good. So let's just compile and see how it looks, and then go from there. I think what I'm gonna do today is I want to do a cube map, skybox. I've never done that before. I've only done like okay, yeah, this looks fine. There is still some lag, but this looks fine. There's lag when you move the camera because it's doing the chunking thing. We could also just like literally turn down the noise, or maybe just like make it not do FBM for a little bit. But anyway, hopefully this doesn't make us overheat anymore, so that we can avoid the fan. I know that is it already going off? Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so sad. Okay, I set the platform profile to balance, which means it'll try and cool off faster. Okay. What is my idea of the final version? I'm not really sure. The way I kind of do these projects is that I kind of just like let them take me someplace, you know, like with the Lenia thing. I started off just like I wanted to see if I could get Lenia to work, and then I eventually got to Flow Lenia, and then like all my own math things. With the chess engine, it was a similar thing, you know. I didn't really have like an insane goal, and then my goal ended up being like I want to make it 2400 rated, and that was my goal. Same thing with the game engine. I just had this idea for like this dungeon crawler raycasted thing, and then I eventually was like, okay, but now I want bee hopping in it, and then I wanted a weird UI system, and then, you know, so yeah. So but like now that I added water, I was thinking like maybe I make it a fishing thing. Like imagine you're just like you just like travel around to all these different planets and you just fish. That would be like pretty serene and fucking cool, I think. I don't know if that's what I'm gonna do, but I think that that's a really cool idea. However, there is already a game for that. It's called Intergalactic Fishing, which you may not know about, but I've played it. It's not in 3D. It's a 2D. You have a boat, and it's like an RPG where you travel around to these different planets and you catch all these different fish. I'm designing all the things in C language. Seriously, you're such a genius. I don't think I'm a genius, but I appreciate that. But I don't know what my idea is. I think I just want to keep doing the graphics until I get to a point where it does what it needs to do. A big thing that I need to work on is I need to make a UI, and I need to make SSBO, an SSBO that you pass into everything that just has parameters. I don't have that yet, right? So what we need like very important is to just have a, let's just sketch it out right now. Is it binding? It is binding, yeah. And for now it's gonna be 12, and this is gonna be param data. And inside of, I hate that it does this, by the way. I don't know why it does this. I think it's like LSP not having information. I might not actually. I do have GLSL analyzer because this works. Weird, very weird. Anyway, so in here we're gonna have like all these different parameters, right? So we'll have a float water level. We'll have a float. Okay, so here's what we'll do, right? We'll have a struct for noise data or noise layer, and inside of one noise layer we're going to have all the parameters for that noise, right? So float frequency, float amplitude, bool texture if it's on a texture. Actually, let's just straight up have an int texture, bool purlin. We could also have like an enum for the type, I guess. If I do the fishing idea, I would like to play it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know if I would like put it up to pay for it or anything, but I don't know. Maybe I will put it up to pay for it. Maybe this will be my big break. I don't know. How much year experience do I have in C++? In like C, I guess 2 years now. You know, like, was I always doing it like crazy with C in terms of like everyday C? No. Like, I started off C and I would like, you know, do like a project a week or that sort of thing. Like, I was doing Rust before C, and then when I started doing C, I basically would do like, you know, like the basic projects. Like I always start off with a language with a Sudoku solver. It's like a very, very simple project you can just do in like a few hours with like a backtracking algorithm that just like helps you familiarize yourself with like the data structures and pointers and stuff. And then from there, I just like started doing like very, very basic projects, you know, with SDL2. And so I would just like literally SDL draw rect onto the screen whatever I needed. And then at some point I found OpenGL, right? You know, I didn't find it, right? But I just used it a couple of times, and then I just, you know, started doing the OpenGL and C thing. And I guess I haven't stopped, you know. But I think my my time with OpenGL is kind of limited. I think I'm like done with it. I have grown to really hate OpenGL at this point. Yeah, but I'm definitely not done with C, that's for sure. I prefer writing C to anything else by a long margin. But yeah. So this in texture is going to go into probably a we can do a text array with noise textures. Yeah. And so we'll have noise layer right. So this is what it's going to look like. And then you'll have like 12 or whatever. And so when you are doing the noise for this planet, then you'll just loop over all of the noise layers and then just execute this. Have I made any money with my projects or with YouTube? Not a dime. No. I haven't even reached so I have this channel monetized, so I do make ad revenue from it, but I'll never, like, it'll never be enough for me to like pay off my bills and my loans and stuff, so absolutely not. I've made about $20 off of YouTube from donations and stuff. for coloring and texturing, what to use. In terms of like a graphics API or what? If you're like first learning C, like if you don't know C yet, then I really just recommend you do DrawRex in SDL. Just like learn SDL2 or learn SDL3. Don't throw yourself straight into a graphics API. Just like do some very basic projects just for the first like couple of days, right? And then you can go on. But I'd recommend, because at the end of the day the concepts are going to be the same, but like just like drawing straight to the screen with without even a graphics API is really easy, you know. And you don't have to deal with all the boilerplate of a real graphics API. So that would be my my recommendation. One of my like main recommendations, I'll give you a link to his channel since you seem to be interested in this stuff. I'll give you a link to this guy's channel. He has some really great projects that you can follow along with him. So there you go. That's like one of my favorite kind of YouTube content creators in general. So, and he does pretty much everything in C too. I don't watch his videos all the time, but I definitely, he's got a lot of stuff that you can look on there, and he does it live, like, you know, with nothing cut out, you know. So I definitely recommend that. So is there anything else that I'm missing here that I would want to do? I guess we could have like textures for land and water and so you could just like have in water texture. I don't really know how it's going to work anymore, what else we would have in here, but like for now we could just do just like literally. And then obviously we don't want to have these straight GLUINTs, because then you would obviously have to have like, you know, int land normal texture and, you know, ambient occlusion texture and all of that. So these would just actually be integers, not into you would probably put it actually into like either another SSBO if it starts whining about this, into another SSBO, or you could just like put it here and then have another struct for it. You'd have like another struct that is like texture data. Oh my gosh, this thing is so annoying. Is a C master? I don't really know. Hey, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. So, are you talking about Hirsch Daniel? Yeah, I love Hirsch. He's a great guy. So inside of texture data, we can put in just all the different, you know, just like everything, right? Right now we really just only have normal and diffuse, and I don't really know what else we really care about other than that. But yeah, so you're just gonna have that, and then you'll have it for texture data for liquids, and we'll have a define for this as well. So this is what the structure is going to look like. Now, I don't really know. I don't really know if this is what the final is going to look like, but this is just what like comes to my mind when I'm thinking about this, right? But I don't know if this is like, if this is it, right? But this is my idea, right? Is that each planet has its own sort of things here, and then it indexes into here. What other parameters is there? I guess the material makeup, but that's already actually inside of the particle data. So it would really just be this. Now, I don't really know. So this was just me sketching it out. I don't really want to implement it yet before we clean things up a bit more, but I wanted to just like sketch it out for now. Just so that we could start thinking about it. What do these commands do? They just like give text out that just explains my setup and stuff, so that I don't have to get the links and stuff. So if you do like exclamation point theme, it just goes to my GitHub with my themes. Yeah. Because, you know, back in the day, people used to ask for my theme like every stream, you know. I think that people don't like this theme for whatever reason, but the old theme that I used to use was this one, and everybody would always ask for it. But, you know, then I you know, made my own themes. I mean, this was kind of my own theme. It's like my own modification to it. Anyway, so what were we actually going to work on today? Oh yeah, cube maps. So I've been going through this. Isn't it crazy how OpenGL has like ads on their page? Like, this is like super fucking strange. Like, why would you even have this there? Anyway, so I've never done this before. If we can go back to like my game engine, right? I never actually... Oh, my bad. How I did my sky was I literally just did this, which was just straight up copied from somewhere. And then I did this disgusting code. So this was never like a proper cube map thing. It just literally was like you know, circular around the sky. But if we want to do like a proper cube map texture, then it's gonna be something different. So to get started here, I'm pretty sure that we have to do this, right? So we have to get all of them. So I already prepared six different ones here that we're going to use today. But it's going to put them into one, I think. I think it's going to put it into one. Okay, so like this, okay. So let's make a function that loads in a cube map then. This I just copied straight from my engine. What do I do for a living? Not this. Every once in a while, I end up having to get a job, which is often, you know, washing dishes at restaurants. So, if one day I would be able to do this, then that would be fucking awesome. But you know, if that ruins my cred, knowing that I'm not a programmer for a living, then so be it, I guess. So we can't actually like take in a path for left and right. I feel like we could probably This is going to be more complicated than I want it to be if we have to take in the string for it. We could just okay, first of all, let's actually just like see. I have it in straight up cube map. Yeah. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have put it. Maybe I should have put it in textures. Okay, well. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take in a path to the folder, and then we'll just append onto it with this convention. My keyboard sounds good. Yeah, thanks. I made it once, like many years ago, and then I haven't made it again. Have I used Qt framework? No. I mean, beyond having it on this computer, no. No, I have not. We don't care about anything else. So we just want to append onto it. So there's gonna be 6 faces. There's gonna be 6 faces, right? Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a string that just like let's just make it really big, right? I'm just gonna make it 428, and then we're gonna just like we're just gonna sprintf into it. Yeah, let's just do. I don't really care about getting a garbage path. Once again, this isn't like a game engine, you know, so like I don't really care about making things safe necessarily. This would be great if you could just like not do that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we could just like pass in a it's gonna be mad at me for, you know, it's not a literal. We can like literally just str copy into this into C by path, and then fine. So we'll just have a second string, and then we'll just make this second string the thing, and then just string cat it after. That's completely fine. Oh, but now we need to. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll make a const char with this here to 6, and we'll do this sort of thing. Fine. And then this one will have all of the listed out stuff, which is nx, ny, nz, and etc. It does sort of annoy me that I have to do this, but I guess, I mean, there's no other way to do it. It's fine. Px, py, pz. Okay, there we go. And now we're just going to we'll just strict this C and AI. Now that isn't safe, but I don't care. So does that actually work though? Let's just think about that for a second. We have the path to this, and we have to put a slash. I'm just gonna put it here. Yeah. If you do any job for a living, what would it be? Except live streaming. If I could do any job, programming. If I could just like literally just like program the stuff that I enjoy and not have to worry about like, you know, doing anything else just to get people off my back with the bills that I have to fucking pay, that would be awesome. But unfortunately, it's kind of hard to break into programming. I don't have a degree and I don't really have relevant work experience, right? So my resume is literally just my portfolio, which at this point is like, I think solid, but also it's kind of really hard to ask anyone to like take a chance on me, you know, that sort of thing. So kind of a big bummer. I don't really care about actually do we want to take it? No, I'm just gonna make this a PNG and then we're just gonna like stop working on it. It is a PNG, right? Okay, so all of these will get .png and that'll be it. That'll be it. This is like the slowest thing of all time, I know. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that should be fine. Now, now we get into actually the texture loading. So what do we need to load this with? We load it with SDBI image and then, got it. Okay, so we have to make the texture first. Not me not being able to fucking get an ampersand. This is actually cube map. What is this? GL texture cube map. Okay. Yeah, see. This is why you follow the tutorial. Okay, got it. So now we're just gonna SDBI load the whole thing. So I'm just gonna like copy this from here. So this path is gonna be C now. And now it's just the text image 2D. And we go with width and height, but we're just choosing a different enum every time. Okay. Learn OpenGL is goated. It's old, but it's gold. Yeah, it's good. I followed it a lot when I was learning it in the beginning. It is kind of annoying that they have ads on it. Like, I feel like it's kind of unnecessary, but, you know. I'm interested in why this isn't like sRGB, but I'm just making sure that there's nothing else we have to worry about here. I'm just gonna go float, or no, you go. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, and now it says that it's clamped to edge, but also this is very interesting that there is an R. Simply sets the wrapping. Interesting. Interesting that there's a third dimension there. Very interesting. Okay, so we want to just copy this. I never understand the border thing. I've never used the border thing. I've never used the border thing in my whole entire life. Okay, so that's all done. Okay, sampler cube, got it. Okay, so let's try to just like simply sample it. So return cube map. I guess we can just sample it now. So let's make a new texture. I haven't really cleaned this up into any sort of user words into any sort of order here. Oh, what's up? Yeah, hey JTag. I knew it was you, but I didn't say hi. So that's what I did there, is that I said hi. So this is just gonna go into. Oh, good, yeah. So this goes just cube map, and it does automatically add the slash there, so no need to worry. Okay, so now we loaded in our cube map and we want to sample it. We're gonna make a new shader because I think that we have to draw it before we draw. At least how I did it the last time is that we just draw it before we draw the geometry. So that's what I'm gonna do, is just even before any of this stuff, just do we bind this and then just straight up do the sky pass here. Or we set the GL viewport down here, which is not really what you want to see. You want to do this. Do we need do we draw it like well, I don't really know how to do it. Okay, yeah, we did this. We did that. So what vertex data do they use? Interesting. Is that really what we should be doing? I feel like that just seems pretty janky, but maybe that's what we should be doing, I guess. Or do we draw this like triangle strip? Is that what we're doing? That's a good... No, it just is GL triangles. Got it. Well, that's probably not that bad, but I still have to... Okay. I guess I'm just gonna copy this then. I guess I'm just gonna copy the fucking vertices. Like, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, thanks. I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I guess we should make a new VAO, although it's like completely unnecessary because you just have this and that works completely fine. So we could probably like get another VBO in here. No, you do need, because we're gonna have a different yeah, let's just make a new one, which is gonna suck. I hate making excess shit like this, but you know, who cares? We'll just call it Sky. I think I'll buy myself a new hard drive. Could finally make games in Unity. Really, Godot is hard. Interesting. To be honest, like when I was a kid, I found fucking Unity very intimidating, and I didn't like it a lot. So we have a VBO and a VAO now. That's pretty good to me. That sounds pretty good to me. Okie dokie. So now we're just gonna initialize them like we do everything else. I always do this pattern just because it's fast. Okay, there we go. So now we have our Sky VAO and our Sky VBO. And that lines up nicely with if we later want to put it on its own FBO or whatever. Okay, so we're very happy about this. I'm very happy about this. Aren't you happy about this? Okay, so we also need to fill the VBO. Don't forget that. So we need to just like do this. I mean, like literally you just want to, let's just not even, well, you know, let's just static constant in the header file. That's what we're gonna do. I've decided that that's what we're gonna do. Because I don't want it polluting the rest of the fucking thing. I have a little bit more experience with Unity, but the file takes up megabytes. Yeah, I've heard about that. It does suck. I'm glad I have like a couple of external hard drives that are pretty good. My dad got me one for like Christmas, like I don't know, many years ago, like a 2 terabyte one, and it's worked for me pretty well. It is really slow, but I mean for my laptop, since I don't have like a real desktop computer. So I need water, man. So we're gonna upload it. Upload it to the VBO. Dude, don't do that to me. Do not do that to me. Okay, so I just usually do it here, and then I have no clue how many vertices this actually is. Also, isn't it supposed to be like this? I guess it doesn't matter since it's all in that stride, so. It would have been nice if they put it in that order though, that would have been nice. We have to figure out how many this is though. It's like 3, so this is, everyone is 6, so 12, 24. Okay, That's 36. Yeah. So it's that, and then let's just static draw it, and then we should be good to go. Okay. Alright, so we can just GL draw arrays without ext. GL triangles, and we're going to draw 36 or 36. Yes. Okay. We also need a shader, so let's make that now. Where am I going with that shader? What am I doing with that? We gotta clean this up, man. We gotta really get our shit together here. SFML. Yeah, I mean, use whatever tool you want to create things with. I mean, I don't really. I'm not gonna sue you. I'm not gonna sue you. Trust me, that would be too much money for me to fucking sue you. So. Now all we have to do is bind the texture. And we're just gonna pass it as a uniform. Also, I don't have any of the uniform location things happening yet, so don't yell at me. I just don't give a shit yet, so sorry if that annoys you. What about SFML? Should I learn this? I mean, listen, I don't really, you know, I'm not like any of these fucking coding grifters on the internet that are gonna like gatekeep and tell you what to learn or what not to learn. I don't really, you know, it's all the same shit, to be honest. Like, at the end of the day, you're gonna find what you enjoy, and, you know, should you learn something or should you not learn something? I mean, I think everything is worth learning about, to be honest. I don't think anything is like, you know, I don't think like any time is like wasting, you know. So I just don't think about programming like that, you know. I hate it when people are like, oh, you shouldn't learn that because it's old, or you shouldn't learn that because it's not industry standard. Like, I don't give a fuck about the industry. The industry is shit, man. The industry is full of AI bullshit. That's how you know it's bullshit. So don't care about the industry. Just learn whatever you want. Yo, what's up, Noel? I am finally live. Okay, so all this is done. Now we have to actually make the shader. So okay, so we're just gonna copy everything into here. I'm just gonna straight up copy it. Like I don't really care. I just don't care. Okay. Okay. So it says that we can just like literally pass in, all we have to do is, you know, all we have to literally do to do this is I'm pretty sure it's just this, unless I'm doing something horribly incorrect here. I think it's just literally this. Yeah, I think it's just literally that, and very happy camper. And right now we just want to, here we're gonna sampler it, so it's sampler cube apparently. Is it like that? Yeah, it is. And how does it sample it? It's just literally that. Okay, sounds good to me. Wait, how do we get UVs into this? It's just literally a position? Okay, that's fine with me, I guess. I was like trying to figure out what am I going to call it in my mind, and then I just realized I just want to do that. I guess we're just gonna do that. I feel like I'm missing something, but we're just gonna assume that we're doing it correctly. Oh, we also need to actually initialize it, the shader. That's so true. I am forgetting that part. Hey, I learned C, although I'm very good at Python, and I try to download OpenGL. Hey, I remember you. And I try to remember download OpenGL with C, and it didn't work. C++ with OpenGL worked. Do you think it's not a bad idea to start C++ instead of C? I mean, hey, whatever you want to learn, you know, go ahead and learn it. OpenGL should just work with C. It should also just automatically be on your computer, you know, the DLL. I use GLEW for the wrapper. I'll put it in chat for you. GLEW is what you know, GLEW, you know, should just work, and you get the DLL from your it should be in your files or whatever. I don't really remember where it is, but yeah, but whatever you want to learn, like if you want to learn C++, you know, or whatever, you know, then that's completely up to you. Okay, so I think we're ready to compile and then see what. Honestly, I don't know why it's a bottleneck for others to learn. I mean, sure, I guess. There's a lot of stuff in C++ that's like modern features that are, you know, not very easy to understand whatsoever. You know, and when to use them properly. You know, it's not very simple, for sure. Now to write C like C++ is, you know, obviously very simple, but oh yeah. Sometimes it likes it to do this when you're doing that, yeah. Maybe because I'm not that much technical, but doesn't mean. Yeah, thanks, Yaz. I hope you figure that out. I do recommend GLEW for the wrapping. Yeah, for sure. So whether you use C++ or not, you should definitely use a wrapper, especially for learning purposes, right? We are not using the right VAO and VBO. That's my bad. That one's mine. So it's not different to use C++ like C? In terms of linking OpenGL, no, it should not be different. You just have to look up how to do it. Okay, so like, okay, well now this is sort of annoying. Do I clear it anywhere? I don't think I do. Maybe I do clear it. Maybe if I just like, maybe we should just like comment everything else out in terms of drawing. Maybe it's like drawing over it. I don't think so. Maybe it's depth masking actually that might actually cause it to not work. Let's just disable literally all depth testing and blending and stuff, and then see if that helps it. Or SDL. I use GLEW and SDL too. Personally, I definitely think it's useful to have both. But yeah. Okay, so we're getting nothing. I wonder if my cube map is actually getting set up correctly. I do load it right. Okay. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. We have to actually like wrap this to get errors, so that's what I'm gonna do now. Do I have the boilerplate? Please, just tell me that I have the boilerplate. I do. I do. The logic I did in terms of let's just, you know, do numbers that we definitely don't have anywhere else. I also see, oh, I don't see any errors here. Probably something stupid that I missed. Yeah, we don't have any errors, so that means that it probably isn't this. I feel like it would give me an error if there was a problem. This was a very flimsy way to do it though. With the this. It would give me a failed to load here. It would give me a failed to load image for sure. And it is negative x plus, right? This is definitely... No, it's positive x plus I. Okay. I did read that wrong. Now, is that the problem? Probably not, to be honest. Probably not. Is it sub-image? No, it's this. It definitely is not sub-image. Why did my music stop? Yeah, still nothing. Yeah, I don't even know how to debug this is the problem. It is possible that, to be honest, no, this is definitely correct. 100%. Am I sampling this right in the shader? It just says to do this, but also, I mean, this should be equivalent, I'm pretty sure. Do you build the engine or first or build the game? I'm not really building a game, I guess. I'm just kind of, you know, working on like a simulation sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Maybe I should explicitly disable depth testing. That's what I'll try now. Good luck. Thanks, yes. I will hopefully have good luck today. I think I'm going to explicitly disable depth testing just to see if that's going to do anything. Because I'm not getting any errors, so here's what I'm going to try now. I'm just literally going to try to draw 1, just to see what the vertices are doing on the screen. See, that's what I thought. That is what I did think. That maybe this is not supposed to be yeah, I think that, to be honest, it's the view matrix that's the problem. For whatever reason, this is not transforming it into screen space. Let's try. See where we are. Yeah, that is really worrying, to be honest. Okay, let's try something here. Hold on, do I upload the vertices properly? Oh my god. Oh no. No, yes I do. I don't actually upload the fucking vertices. Oh my god. I had null in there. Oh my god. Well, that's stupid. That is fucking stupid, man. That is fucking so stupid. My bad. Yeah, I was really confused about that. Me passing on null pointer into the texture. Okay, there we go. Okay, now does it move with the camera? No. No, it does not. And it also is like a psych ward room. So that's also a thing about it. Possibly also like has something to do with the fact that I probably like fucked something up while I was trying to fix this. And now we have to figure out what it is that I fucked up while we were trying to fix this. Disabling blend is fine to do. It is weird that it doesn't move with the camera. That is indeed pretty weird. That is pretty weird. It did seem to project fine, but the cube map itself is incorrect. Which makes me feel that we probably like did this wrong. Here's what I'll do. To check the actual thing, let's upload it as the water texture and then like see what the texture actually like comes in as, because I have a feeling that it is importing wrong. Did I just call your name? Maybe yeah, with the null pointer I did. Okay, so let's just go back and then re-enable everything here so that we can draw. So let's just, I hopefully, I think I just like commented everything out, so I should be able to just comment everything back in and it should be fine. It's weird that it doesn't move with the camera though, because we're obviously multiplying it by the camera matrix, but I might have to look up how to like scale it up. Yeah, so it isn't importing correctly is the problem. That is the problem. Okay. So now we know what the problem is. However, I have no clue how to. Maybe it's GL RGBA, GL float. Like, I doubt it's. Maybe I did this incorrectly. I used the website to generate a cube map from the thing, so maybe it does have 4 channels, and okay, well that's something. I don't really know if that's what we want to see. It kind of is. It's not like the greatest thing, but maybe when we put the whole thing together, it will be the greatest thing. There just doesn't seem to be like the full thing on there. But maybe it just has 4 channels. Maybe it just has 4 channels. But yeah, I've gotta figure out how to. Okay, so there it is. There it is. Now, does it look like it's in the correct directions? No, it does not. Okay, so that's something we have to fix. But also, like, how do I make it big? Do I literally just have to stretch the vertices out, or what? How do other people do this? Yeah. Okay, well, thanks. That doesn't really give me an answer to my question whatsoever, but that's cool. So it is supposed to start at -x. Because obviously this is -x. But I don't know what the order of this is. This is... Okay, so it's fucking cursed. Okay, well, okay, so we'll just do it in their order. So positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. Okay, so... I'm not like the greatest fan of this song, not gonna lie. Okay, so that should go in the correct... That should go in the correct order now. Now the problem is that we need to scale it up, I think. Even though the internet says that we don't have to scale it up. I think that we do have to scale it up. Maybe you just said a position to a position plus cam pause. Maybe it's like that. You had the same issue when you made a skybox? Yeah. Apparently you can scale it up, but also, I don't know. I can literally just, I think I'll just make a model matrix. Okay, well I did do it, but okay, it would be great if I didn't have the water level like so insanely high. Oh wait, no, the water level isn't high. It's that it's because we don't have depth testing anymore. Okay, for some reason I don't think that we're doing this correctly. Yeah, because now this. Okay, so we gotta fix the depth testing. That's what we gotta do. Okay, so we turn depth testing off before, and then we turn it back on. The blend is still off, so that should work fine. It's just maybe our orientation says that we're. Hold on, is Z up? Is Z up? The fix was simple. Yeah, I think moving it is fine. Why is the skybox so bright? That's a good question. I didn't really consider that. Maybe our this song has to not be happening. Cube map to Z up. What is cube map orientation? OpenGL to Z up. Is it Z up or is it not? You must rotate. Okay. Yeah, so plus Y is up, plus X is right, and plus Z is forward. Okay, got it. So we need to do this in a different order. So this has to be Z, and then this has to be Y, because for us Y is, I think Y is right. I think Y is right for us. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Okay, so how do we make this not cursed anymore? Like, the depth masking is off, the depth testing is off, so either way, it's still not working. Yeah, I know it should work without scaling it, but I think adding the position should technically be fine, but I don't know. Okay, there we go. We got it to work again, but Yeah, so adding the position doesn't work. Maybe it's in the tutorial and I just didn't scroll all the way down. Stripping translation from view matrix. The most common method is to convert the 4x4 view matrix into a 3x3 matrix and then back into a 4x4 matrix for the camera. So the movement of the camera does not affect the skybox's position, effectively locking it to the camera. Directly in the shader by setting... Oh, so this is literally in the tutorial. I just didn't scroll down. It's right here. It's right here. Okay, well, you know, I can't fucking read. So that's a you problem. Okay, so this is... I just didn't read the goddamn thing, so... It's apparently XYWW gets rid of the translation component, and therefore we're a happy camper now. Yo, what's up, Prod? How are you doing? Yeah, I just didn't scroll down enough. Okay, but that doesn't fucking fix it. What? Also, now that we have it here, let's look at it. So that is incorrect. No, this is not correct. This is not the correct orientation. Sir, like XYWW. Maybe I have to pass vpause equals p.xyww. Maybe it's that actually, because I sample it with that, yeah. Or maybe it's no. I should just sample it with a position, actually. Or maybe not. Looking good today? Really? I feel like I'm unhinged, personally. But I appreciate that. It's too hot in here. I gotta turn off the space heater now. Okay, now there is no skybox, so I was completely wrong about that. We do have to take... Oh. Okay, so apparently we have to set a function to... You have to set the GL depth function to... Is it GL depth func? That's what it is? Right. Yeah, I remember that. And then you go GL le equal. That's how they say it in French. Le equal. Sorry. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Fucking OpenGL, bro. I never did a cube map. I did it like I did it in a funny way in my game engine. I did like a fucking... It was like a sphere. It's annoying part is the way everything is split up. It's easy to, yeah, it is. It really is. Okay, but this sir, it's not moving with my... Do you think that my camera matrix is fucked up? I mean, no, it can't be fucked up, but oh, hold on a second. Maybe it's XZ because we're a Z up. That might actually be it. I did tame the Perlin noise after all. It was very painful. There was many hours of suffering. But it turns out that there was no bug after all. It was just that we were sampling the ground wrong. Do I do competitive programming? No, I have anxiety. Okay, but this is close. Sir, it's very close. Okay. I'm convinced that we just have the wrong order. I'm convinced that it's something here. It's something like that. We're Z up, so it has to be Z. But now I'm kind of regretting making things Z up. Oh fuck. What the fuck? Oh hell nah. Alright, this didn't work either. Is there a way to do this in like regular? Okay, I'm on the forums. Yeah, my computer is going crazy again. It's obviously, like, the depth testing is obviously not the issue. The issue is that it doesn't move with the problem, with the thing. Like, that's the problem. The problem, like, the depth testing doesn't matter. It's that's the problem. Why? Let's just get rid of everything else again. Just so that we can isolate the problem. Maybe it's GL depth as GL false. I thought that the depth func had to have masking on. I don't know. Yeah, it just doesn't move with us at all. And I can't add cam pause to it. That won't work, right? No, I can't. Vec4 pause 0. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. Oh, I shouldn't have done the plus cam pause. That is my bad. That is my bad. I don't know. We're also Z up, so it kind of fucks up everything. Hey, what's up, Max? Maybe I just suck at reading and it was 0. But even if it's 0, that's not gonna change. Oh. Oh, you're totally right. Wait, what? I just, see, it says it here. It says it here. It goes to 1 there. Wait, what? It goes to 1 here. What? The tutorial is correct? Well, then why does my code not work? Why does this not work for me? But I had to turn it to 0. I think the tutorial is not correct. What view matrix do I pass in? My view matrix. It's not, my view matrix is not the problem here. My view matrix is not the problem. My view matrix works perfectly fine. I don't know, but the 1 is what makes the translation component in the matrix do the thing. Yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, it fucking works for me, dude. That works for me. Now we gotta figure out why. I'm guessing that this has to be this. For whatever reason, the Y is first for us. Set W0 before multiplying, the translation just goes away. Yeah, man, I mean, hey. The tutorial is wrong. You heard it here, man. Fuck OpenGL. Okay, so this is still wrong. Why is it so hard to get this fucking right? Z up should be... Maybe it's... I feel like this has to be it. Their order goes like this. So it's XYZ and we are Z up, right? So I was like, okay, Z has to go up. But now it's like, okay, it might be that they're the opposite way though. Can you fucking do RN, please? RP. Shout out RP. I mean, like, let's just try changing the sign on everything. That's it. GLM look at. I mean, I guess, but like also, I don't know. I don't know. Fuck GLM, by the way, but also, I don't understand. Like, my view matrix should be the exact same as GLM. Like, I have a lookat function that mirrors exactly what GLM does. Okay, so this is obviously wrong. Maybe they're rotated incorrectly. Okay, so let's think logically here. Let's think logically here. So obviously this has to be on the bottom. That goes to the bottom. Why is it fucked up? Like, okay. Okay, let's just look at it like this, and then just why is it so hard? Why is it so hard, man? My lookat function is exactly like GLM. My matrix is completely, the face order is wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm coding here. The face order. Okay, so that and that is incorrect. And that looks like upside down. Also, I don't know what the dark spot is all about, not gonna lie. Like, what is that? I already tried switching Y and X though. I already tried that. But everything else works with my view matrix perfectly. And it's the same view matrix that I've used for everything, including the game engine. Okay, so now... Oh, dude. Why does Z change when I change that? I'm about to do it by hand. I'm about to literally do it by hand. I'm about to do it by hand. I'm just doing it by hand. I'm just doing this by hand. Fuck it. Okay, never mind. I'm not doing it by hand. Fuck that. I'm not doing it by hand. Because then I would have to do all this shit by hand. Am I sure that this is... Yeah, this is definitely adding 1 every time. So that's definitely that. Okay, let me look this up. I mean, the tutorial might be right to some extent, but you know what? It's probably, the tutorial is probably fine, but honestly, it's probably equivalent to like enabling depth testing. Like, you probably have to enable depth testing and set the equal. That's probably maybe what you have to do, and then set it to 1, and then it handles it automatically. Like, that might be what it is, but also it's the same thing as just setting it to 0, I think. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say other than, you know, like, maybe we go GL clear depth 0.0 and then that works. Like, I don't know. I do not know. Okay, now nothing. Now that broke everything. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, if the shoe fits, then you gotta put it on, sort of thing. But you know, this is annoying though, because I've tried like every orientation and it still doesn't feel correct. While standard OpenGL uses a right-handed system, cube maps are defined using a left-handed system. The Z has to be inverted. Cube map typically expects the image origin at the top left. The Z coordinate is inverted. Okay. So this is pure C? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, this is pure C. Yeah, I mean, I've no clue. I mean, like, I followed it pretty much exactly, so I have no clue. But if you want to look at my camera math, it matches exactly the method that is, you know. But anyway, I'm just gonna set it to 0 and that'll be it. So it says to invert the Z, but our Z is their Y. So maybe we invert the Y. I don't really understand the why. Just use Vulkan. I will use Vulkan. I'm never using OpenGL again after this project. Is what I said. I love OpenGL because I have bad old hardware, and OpenGL runs better than Vulkan on old hardware. But at this point, I'm never using OpenGL again. So it does exactly what we had before. With swapping it is not good. Swapping it is very not good. So maybe then we do swap the Z then? I feel like I'm going crazy here. I feel like, hey Lon, by the way, long time no see. I hope you're doing well. I didn't really expect to be going through every single thing. See, the top looks fine, but everything else does not look fine. I'm just gonna swap everything back to negative. Maybe everything needs to be swapped backwards. I don't know. OpenGL sucks though. I mean, not to like, I don't know. I don't like Vulkan either because the kind of philosophy of Vulkan is just like, kind of like leave old technology behind, and I don't really enjoy that very much, but oh man. Dude, like what? I've looked this up and it just says to put the Z in the Y. You know what? Like, it might be my pictures that are wrong. My little pictures are wrong. What if my pictures are wrong? Oh yeah, the lag is great. Yeah. Okay. Dude, like, okay, so this is definitely maybe it is the ordering. Like, I don't. Okay, what if we can't order it in the correct layout because I have the wrong layout? What if it's impossible for us to do that. It shouldn't be impossible, like, but what if it is? Then that would like really suck. But that might just be the case actually. Like I may just like not be able to order it properly. That would suck. That would really suck. This is how it was originally though. Maybe swapping Z just like doesn't. Yeah, so this is correct. It's just backwards. You see what I'm saying? It's just backwards. And I don't think that we can fix it by just manually switching them. I don't think that we can do that. Maybe by moving like literally everything over by 1. Maybe it's everything over by 1. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. If we're thinking about like just like rotating the whole thing, maybe. I think that kind of makes sense. Kind of. Okay, no, never mind. This is fucking bad. And we're back where we fucking started. Like, swapping around, can't turn them upside down. That's what I'm thinking. But like, even if I turn them upside down, then it doesn't work. like it just doesn't. It doesn't work. Like I already tried. I tried like every single orientation. Also, there is like a lot of possible orientations. Is like another problem with it. Thanks for the emotes though. I do feel like it's a party at this point. Maybe I have to like edit the images themselves and turn them. Try negating, pause Z. Okay. Yeah, actually that's a good idea. I don't really you're actually so right. You're actually so right. You're actually so right. That's a good one. Because you wanted to do both. You're so right. You're so right. I don't really know if this is gonna work, but oh, but no, but RZ is their Y. Okay, but that's a good idea. That's a good idea. This is a solid idea. I feel like that didn't change anything though. I feel like that didn't change anything. Okay, but let's think about this then. So if RZ is their Y, then just go. Wait, I don't think this is gonna work. This isn't 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 gonna work. This is not gonna work. That is not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work, my friend. Because it's still the same it's still the same coordinates. It's still the same coordinates. It's just they're in a different order now. It did move it though, I think. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It's the same thing. Hold on though. What if we do this? What about that? That might be it. It would be a lot better, you know, if we didn't have to sit here waiting for it to compile every time. Oh my fucking god. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Modify. Okay, so we have to create a rotation matrix. Okay, so we have to... Okay, we gotta create a rotation matrix. Absolutely. All right, how do we do this? How do we do this? Okay, it says to use GLM, but I don't do that. So I could just like create a rotation matrix, that's fine, but I don't want to... Can I just create it in the shader? Can I just make it in the shader? Is that too much? I don't want to have to pass it in. Okay, yeah, I can. Okay, this is simple. So we need to rotate around the we need to rotate around our X or Y axis. I think it's X. So let's just set that one up. Okay, so this is simple. This is simple. I don't think that's it. I think that we need... Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I already have this rotation. I need an angle in radians though to do it. But this is something that I actually have this inside of the... Do I have this here? No, not anymore. I did. No, it wasn't in here. It was actually inside of here, but I got rid of it. Yeah, I got rid of it. It used to be here though. Damn. Okay. I'll just have to do it by hand then. So there's a formula, but I think it is in radians, unfortunately. Okay, so let's just like... I want to try like, you know, just like this, and then just like do that. So apparently this is around the x-axis. Okay, so apparently we can just like multiply it times this directly. Okay, let's see what this is. If that's the right orientation. The trig values will all be okay. Well, that's, you're probably so right about that. Okay, but that okay. Alright, let's just try it like you're saying it then. Would it be that then? Or like Pra is saying. Okay. Hold on. Are we compiling fine right now or what? Why the wheelchair? Oh, swizzle too long. Oh. My bad. I mistyped that at some point. Am I in the wheelchair? Am I like disabled, or am I like an unk? Is that what you're saying? Okay, that did nothing. That actually did nothing. That did nothing. You want to say, alright, let's test it. The x-axis? Okay. It's either the x or the y-axis, so I'm just going to try both. I think it is the x-axis though, because we start looking forward and we want to go. You're geeking out, bro. That's alright. Okay, so this does nothing though. Like, it did nothing actually. Is that bad? Alright, let's try the radians. Just send it with the radians and see. Gets used for both vpause and p. You probably want to rotate one or the other. That's a good idea. It's true. That is true. Okay, so then let's just do this. Let's try just rotating the model matrix and then that's it. And using the same coordinates to sample it. That does make sense. Oh shit. Wait, so this is right. We just went in the wrong direction. Oh shit. So do we just go in the opposite direction then, and then just call it a day? Is that how you do it? Yeah, that was good. Thanks for helping me out there. That was some smart detective work. I would have never figured the fact that we want to rotate one of them. Leave the one in the upper left corner. Okay. Actually, that worked. Actually, it worked, but we'll just leave it for posterity reasons. All right. Alrighty. Alright, so let's turn everything back on again. And see if the depth testing is fucked up. Naturally. Well, that's pretty hype. Oh shit, bro. It actually looks kind of nice. Summer vacation, anyone? Beach vibes? Alright. That's cool. My computer started freaking out, but that's cool. Looks like Finland? Never been. I like the idea of Finland though. The idea is pretty cool. Anyway. Well, we did the sky, so that was cool. That's pretty cool. So in this morning I kind of forked the project and I just like made a huge backup of it, and now I just kind of want to like delete or move around a bunch of shit and clean it up, because I'm kind of at a point where I'm not like 100%. Also, this stuff we can get rid of for sure. All of this stuff was when we still had the simulation on the CPU. All that stuff still on the CPU. All this stuff we can keep, I guess. This was all on the CPU back when we had that. Yeah, I don't know what I want to work on next, because I think like there's a few things before we work on actually like putting a we can keep that there. That's all like for reference, I guess. Actually, no, let's just get rid of it. We already have our versions of it. What we can work on next is getting all of this stuff into kind of squared away so that it's not all floating out. I guess like, so we have these textures which are all for the geometry and stuff, and so this stuff will be per planet, or per planet type, I guess. Also, I want to like make something where they can interpolate between textures or something, but yeah. Aliens, weather would be sick. Weather would be sick. I have no clue how to do a good rain shader. I did a snow shader once, way back on this channel actually. Like back when I was doing the game engine stuff, I had the snow shader with individual snowflakes and stuff. It was all compute shader. That was really fun. I would probably do rain very similarly to that. That would be fun. That would be fun indeed. I would like that, but figuring out how to like do the cube map things with that would be kind of interesting to say the least. I want to try doing reflections in the water now that we have the cube map. I don't know how to do that though. I wonder how, like, what else you can do with cube maps. That environment mapping. We calculate a reflection. Yeah. I'm all over it. Reflective properties. Okay. Okay, so you're doing it with R. Got it. So you're just finding the direction and the normal and getting the reflection. So it's kind of like you're doing the specular thing, but the other specular thing, not the kind of like the Fong, bro. It's not the blend Fong, but the Fong. You know what I'm talking about. So we can do that. That's pretty easy to do. You do have to add in here the sampler cube. I think it's called the sampler cube, like that. Like that. And then at the bottom we can add this. I kind of want to like test it with just pure reflection like that. That would be kind of cool. So let's go texture, U cube map, and we're indexing it by they use the direction and the normal, so so I'm just gonna do that and then sample that and then bind it. So I guess the next goal for the project is to get everything sorted away so that we have an SSBO with params and a UI that we can change params in real time, because our planets are generated in real time, and that's something that we can take advantage of by like literally having sliders where you move them around and then the planet changes. So that's what I'm gonna do next, but yeah. Thanks for the help, though. I would have definitely not known how to set the depth to 0 there. That would have been a disaster for me. That would have been a disaster. Okay, we have an issue. I didn't do that. I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is supposed to be a vec3. Oops. I kind of was thinking like fishing game. Like something where you go around and then you fish on planets. I feel like that would be kind of sick. Okay, so now the water doesn't exist. Maybe I have to rotate it again. Maybe I have to rotate it again. Yeah, I probably do have to rotate it and do it separately. That is probably very true. Because I have to probably do it in the same exact way as doing the other thing here. I have to probably do the exact same thing. And then we'll just have an additional thing that's not vpause, but literally just like alright, rotation times pause. Send that to the thing, and then do the calculations with that instead. The normal should technically be this. No. Maybe you have to rotate the normal too. Also, is it negative reflect? No, it's not. It's not. Maybe you do need a... You probably do. Yeah, I have no clue if this is working or not, but what do I think about C++? Not much. You know. I think it's cool, I guess. You know. I don't really have like a crazy strong opinion about most things. I think it's probably cool. I think coding it is probably fun. What are you talking about? I know maybe that makes me like boring or whatever, but where? 65. Oh. Okay. 133. Undefined variable RV pause. Oh yeah, I didn't put it in here. I mean, I don't code in C++ because I don't really like object-oriented program. Rotate R right before sampling. Yeah, probably, but I don't like to rotate, do like heavy stuff in frag shaders. I'd rather just rotate it beforehand, I guess. Huh, I wonder if this is working. That doesn't seem right. So I realized something now is that I actually like we should probably not do this. We should probably just do viewdir and RV normal and v normal. And I probably had a bug earlier. Kind of rotation is inexpensive. Yeah, it probably is fine. Thought I used to code in C++? No. I mean, when I was a teenager, I briefly did, but okay. So yeah, this is completely fine. Or actually, no, it needs to be rotated. Okay, so let's just try rotating it like you're saying, because rotating the viewdir, I guess, it's not good. My computer is crap, which is why I try not to, but whatever. Yeah, I think that it's necessary to, because now it's going downwards. Yeah, when I was like when I was like an early teenager, I kind of like had this idea that I was gonna like be a game developer or something, and I had like this notebook of like all like my video game ideas and all that jazz. Yeah, it looks rotated the wrong way. It definitely looks rotated the wrong way. Wait, was this the wrong rotation matrix? No, it was the correct one. Okay, so maybe let's try going in the opposite direction again. I'm a game developer now? No. I've never made a game. I'm a programmer. No, I'm not a game developer. I don't know, everybody kind of assumes that I'm a game developer just because I like made a game engine or whatever, but I didn't really make it to make a game necessarily. I just really wanted to I just enjoyed coding it, you know. I just kind of, I had an idea of making a game, and then I just like fell in love with making the coding it, you know, instead of, you know, making anything with it. So that's correct now. Can you tell me I'm downloading SFML? You can create simulation game? Yeah, I mean, depending on how much, you know, you're gonna spend time with it, but yeah. I mean, so let's just get rid of this, and then so how are we gonna blend this? Am I just gonna multiply, I guess? Let's just try that. But yeah, I mean, that's not to say like anything against game developers. I just like, I don't really consider myself a game developer in like the sense of like all these like, you know, YouTube, you know, game developer guru people, you know what I mean? Like I just don't, you know. I prefer coding, I guess, you know. I don't really care about oh, that's funny. That is funny that they go away if you try to swizzle. That is funny. I don't have anything against game developers either. I just like I just feel like it's too synonymous, you know what I mean? Like, it should not be synonymous with you know, engine programming. Should be like game developing, you know what I mean? Like, I like developing things, but I don't really. My dream is to be able to code, and like, you know, I don't really have like a dream of like making a video game, you know. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not doing it anymore. That's our viewer now. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be normal. That's what that's supposed to be. What is my favorite game? That's a good question. I like a lot of different like genres of game. I obviously like a lot of movement shooters. Like, I grew up b-hopping in Counter-Strike Source. It's actually what this YouTube channel used to be. I used to like upload all my records and stuff. So I was obviously into that, but I think a few really good things. Like, I like Planescape Torment. I like Wizardry 8. I like only the first Xenoblade Chronicles, of course, but that game is actually like super underrated. Just a great story. Yeah. It's hard for me to like pick like certain games, but those kind of represent my kind of inspirations. Like, I like dungeon crawlers, RPGs, those sorts of things. Yeah. Even though most people kind of, I guess, find them boring, you know. Want to play Minecraft? I miss like old Minecraft. I don't know. I kind of miss old Minecraft. Yeah, so multiplying at times reflection didn't seem to really do go that great for whatever reason. It just disappeared. I thought there was an error in the shader, but maybe I should be like adding instead of. I should probably be adding, I guess, instead of. Let's try adding, I guess. I just didn't want to make it brighter than the fucking sky itself, but we made a game engine in Minecraft. Yeah, I have like extreme nostalgia for old Minecraft, but I can't really say that I like what they did with the game at all. Why is there no water? The fuck did I do? The fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do? ECS? I don't have an ECS in this engine, and thank God I'm never gonna have one. Absolutely not. Not necessary. I don't know, the whole ECS thing is pretty, I don't know. It's necessary in like commercial engines, but I just don't really, it just doesn't feel necessary for like most things. For physics components and things like that, it makes complete sense, but okay, so this is not fucking working. All right, Pra, have a nice time. Why can these not be added together? That is so strange. Maybe it's like the value goes out of range or something. Oh no, this just isn't working anymore. I thought that we sampled it fine before. Maybe it is this has to be V normal. Because I replaced it because it didn't really make sense for it to be. Yeah, it didn't really make sense for it to be V normal, but maybe. That doesn't make sense. I do a triplanar projection to get this normal, but it shouldn't like just completely delete the thing. Okay, so now it works again. So for some reason it really doesn't like the triplanar normal. And maybe that means that I should not be using it in general. If it just breaks. Maybe it's good for just getting the texture on there, but maybe actually averaging them is a really bad idea. So let's just try it without. Making a rain shader would be nice again. I think what I would do is the same thing. I'd use a compute shader. I'd use as a compute. I remember I did this last time. Let's see if there's any thing existing about it. Oh, I forgot to. My bad. While I'm reading this. Yeah, my computer is not having a fun time right now. It'll be over in a second. There's a D3D tutorial for it. Frame index. I'm gonna guess that you just draw billboards and then UV manipulate them in a shader based on like velocity. That's what I'd probably go for. Yeah, this is fucking awful. This is fucking awful. What are my specs, bro? What are my specs? Okay, but I don't see water anywhere anyway. So what is that about? Okay, so we have nothing, so. Maybe it's only this that has to be. and the rest is my other normal, I guess. I don't really know why that is, but whatever. Yeah, I think that's what I'll probably do to make it rain. Why do I build the whole thing? Because I don't have hot loaded shaders for this engine. It's not, because it's not a game engine, you know? So, no, I don't. On my game engine, I have hot loaded shaders, but I'm not going to really spend the time implementing, like, you know. But, you know. But also, compiling the engine doesn't take any time. It takes the exact same amount of time as just doing this. It takes the exact same amount of time. Building it from scratch is like literally milliseconds, so there's no. But yeah, don't have any hot loading. This is super bizarre to me. Do I stream on Twitch now? I don't like to split up my audience. Yeah, it really doesn't like adding these. I don't know why. I think that the color may like go out of bounds or something. Let's just try the diffuse plus the reflection. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, this isn't supposed to be like a game engine, you know, so there's no like use in expecting it to be like that. Isn't this just the craziest thing? Like, why? Like, it works when you just do this, and it works when you just have the color, but it doesn't work when you add them together. But I mean, maybe it like goes out of bounds or something. Like, maybe it's just like incredibly but yeah. If you want to watch my game engine, then you can go back and watch 400 hours of me streaming it on this channel, but I don't really, you know. This is bizarre. Maybe it's... No, I have no clue. Yeah, see, this works completely fine. There might be a non in there, yeah. I guess so. Maybe you are right. But... Oh, you know what? Maybe we should set it to repeat. Just in that case. But then would it really just like delete the entire thing? Let's just clamp R to then I don't really know if that would work, but maybe it's this rotation thing as well. Actually, yeah, so let's test that. Let's test it without rotation then, because I don't think we tested we didn't really test it without the rotation. Adding it, I don't really think clamping actually fixes the non thing. Yeah, it just doesn't work and we get errors. I think even with not rotating it is interesting, but it's strange because it's only when adding it to color. I mean, this okay, so you could just do is non. Let's just try that, I guess. Yeah, this is... Oh, I set it to... Wait, hold on. Wait, that was... I wonder if this shader is just silently not compiling. Let's actually omit the other error, because I don't think I have the... Oh, I do have it for linking, but I don't have it for I do have it for both, for linking and for... So we would be getting a error no matter what. So it's definitely not getting... I have no idea what sampling a cube map with R equals 0. I mean, it would probably, like, I don't know. Are you talking about like that? I should be doing this. I think that this is fine, this clamping. If you sample it with 0, 0, 0, just sample it at the... Oh. Okay, well, that now it's not compiling. I think it's mad at us because we have to do this. It said something about it being a Boolean. It must be scalar Boolean. This is not a scalar Boolean? That, like, if state error operands must be... Wait, this, what does this return? This has to return a Boolean. Okay. Bool. There we go. There we go. You have to cast it. So there you go. You have to fucking cast it for whatever reason. Okay. Okay, but this still doesn't have it because we didn't actually do this. But we compiled, so It would probably make things faster to have hot-loaded shaders, but I don't want to go through the pain. Yeah, I have no clue. It would be great if I could just actually check what is inside C. You know? Like, if we just do like this, I guess, like that might tell us if there is something in it. Maybe, like what? It's just silently not compiling the shader. It's just silently failing. Why is it so laggy right now? It's laggy right now because I have a Surface Book 2 running it. But yeah. Yeah, this is annoying. I kind of want to repeat. Like if let's try like GL repeat, I guess. Just to see what it does. Why am I building this project, portfolio, or a job? I just kind of got up one day and then said I was gonna do it, and then I just do it now. Send it a vector with no direction. I feel like if you set it at 0, 0, 0, that's just like in bounds though, right? Right? But I mean, even without it, it's not working, you know? See, like flashes there for a second, and then it... It's to point at some face. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay, well then let's just sample it at 1, 1, 1 then. Actually, so let's just do that. Let's just do that. Let's just sample it all at one position. You're onto something there. Let's just sample it all at one position and then prove that that works. Because that might actually just be it. That's a good idea. Yeah, because the reason why it's so laggy is because when my computer gets like this, you know, where it like heats up, the fans go on and then it stops working, right? So we can literally like see NV top right now and see how there's nothing in use at all, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So classic. And we can do like HShop and see that there's like literally nothing going on and my computer just whatever. So that didn't work either. Us just literally sampling it at 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, which should be absolutely valid. coordinates, right? So that's, unless we have to multiply that times the model matrix, right? So in that case, because so in that case we would have to just like pass it in from here, or we could just like do that over there. So let's just try it. Oh, we already have it. Okay, so in that case, just like literally do that, or in this case 0.0. Yeah, it is odd. Like that's, I think like the shader is like literally just like silently failing. So let's just multiply it by the proj view, because that is .xyz. What now? What was the error? Size mismatch. Yeah, this is, oh, yeah, it's mad at me because I didn't wrap it like this. It should give us something, yeah. The key to understanding it is that it's only happening when we add. It only happens when we add. Or multiply or whatever. Whenever it is, ADIF is 100%. Has to be this, yeah. Here's something. Let's just actually see what view is. Let's just see what view is, and then that might give us some clue here. Yeah, well, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I do not know what it's supposed to look like. But I mean, that seems correct. When will outside streams return? I'm not sure, to be honest. It's like maybe when the weather is right again. It's just hard to move all my shit outside. Like, it was hard back then and it's hard now. I think that this is what we're supposed to see. Probably. I miss the outside streams though, but now that I'm running the stream off of my other computer, I have to have two computers. Sure, they're cute. Dude, if that's the case, that would be crazy, but the thing is, we do this and it works, though. But yeah, it definitely is bound. It definitely is bound. It 100% is bound. Without a doubt. That would be crazy, but that does give me some interesting questions, like, yeah, it's so strange because it's only when adding. Can it tell me which is better? I mean, they're two different things, right? But, you know, I guess OpenGL. I like watching you stream. You're one of my favorite YouTubers. Thanks. I appreciate that. I know that it's not extremely exciting currently. See, but when we set it to refl just works. It's only when adding. The next thing I'm going to test is just adding a scalar vector to it. Oh, now it isn't working. Now it isn't working. Oh, because we're doing this. That's why. What I'm gonna try to do is, instead of this, just go vec3 red. Just that, and then see if this does anything to it, because it might just work. Okay, so this works. Oh shit, bro. Iron lung. Dude, it's iron lung. Yeah, I think adding the cube map actually is causing us an extreme amount of lag. For whatever reason. I'm not really sure why, but yeah. So that works. Which part of the project? I'm trying to figure out how to make this water reflect the cube map. And it isn't going well because I think we might be going out of bounds. So let's do this. Let's do 8f times refl divided by, I don't know, 10 or like, yeah. I have no clue. What bounds of floats aren't they? Yeah, but like, what if refl is GL floats? If this is GL, no, this isn't GL float. This isn't even GL float. I don't know. Maybe a diff is really high. Like, okay, so let's try. You said you're not a professional programmer, but I'm pretty sure you know more of coding than I do. I work as a PHP tech lead, so basically I don't code. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. I don't really know if I, you know. I don't know if I know more about code, but I just spent all my time coding. That's kind of the thing. I feel like this is gonna be like the stupidest thing, like maybe oh hold on a second, maybe it was that, maybe it was me doing this stupid thing. If they're too big, we just do stark white water. Yeah, we should. You're alright, we should. Do you think this shader is just too fucking much? Maybe? Okay, how about this? How about this? Let's just literally get rid of the entire fucking shader. And just... we have to keep this so that we can texture it. Which is literally just that. And then just like literally get rid of everything else. Except for R, we get the view dir, which is, that's absolutely fine. And then we just set... the reason why that normal is flipped, by the way, is just like the convention. But we'll just keep it here. We can normalize this. Okay, I'm just making sure we have everything. We just want to do a diff plus ruffle. And that's everything. I like coding. I hope that one day I can get a coding job. It's not easy though. Yeah, like this is just fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, hold on. We didn't actually do the blending, so that was my bad. We have something else. Yeah, sorry, I was fucking yapping instead of coding. Pause undeclared. Yeah, maybe the shader itself is just had something inside of it that was broken silently. I don't know. No. Unless we had another error. No. We didn't. I mean, I'm just gonna lose my fucking mind, man. Let's just try sampling the texture for the water at something else. Let's just try sampling this. So some German student wrote it in Java and computer shaders. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. I've done a lot of the math for that already in FFTs, so I don't know if I'd necessarily consider doing it in part of this project because it would probably be pretty hefty, but yeah, my last project, my Linear project, is the same sort of math. I mean, we can just like try sampling this texture with, I do a sampler cube here, right? This is the correct way of doing this, right? This is the correct way. Sampler cube, yeah. Maybe it has something to do with the binding. Maybe we literally like run out of binding locations somehow. Maybe put this at 0 and then this one at 1. I think I'm circling in on the issue now. I think that that's it. I think that it has to do something with that. I think it has to do something with that. That they can't have both bound or something. We also are getting errors every time. Oh my god. 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 Was it? Oh my god. Dude, are you serious? Was that it? Dude. That's so fucking stupid if that's it. Okay, no, it's not. It's not. Thank God. Thank God. Huh. I think, okay, I think I have the issue. 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 I think we're out of VRAM. I think that's it right there. I think that's it. So let's prove it, right? Let's go a max chunks for LODs, just really low, and let's just prove it. Oh, I also didn't. I didn't compile. I didn't compile. I stopped compiling. Okay, it works. What am I doing right now? I'm working on basically the shader isn't doing what it's supposed to, which is reflecting the water, or reflecting the sky off of the water. And I think we're just simply we aren't out of VRAM. Wait, what? Now I gotta figure out what fixed it. Now I gotta figure out what fixed it. I mean, I don't know. Do you think was it this? Was it this? Was... Huh. Well, at least it's over. I don't know why that took so long to figure out. I think it might have been that I was passing them as floats or something. Yeah. Alright, well that was what it was. Okay. I was just being stupid. I accidentally had an F here instead of an I there, so apparently it didn't matter for the other textures, but it did matter for this. Now I've got to figure out how to unfuck this shader. It shouldn't be that hard, but yeah, I don't think it was ever a nan issue. I don't know why I said nan. I usually say non. So my bad. I don't know why I said that way. Maybe we can use this normal this way now that that's fixed. Anyway, so let's just test it, I guess. I noticed that before, since it seemed to work for other samples. I figured. No, yeah, it's just me. I just sometimes, like, I'm sure you do this too, where it's like I code something once and then I become like blind to it. You know, like even if it's like a little bit off, I just have like blindness to it since I just like it's like not fresh in my mind, and so I kind of figured out at some point that it had to be that. Yeah, this is fine. It's just like way too bright, obviously. Yeah, whatever. So now do I want to like start doing the architecting for getting things in SSBOs, parameters, or do I want to work on something else like the rain shader? The rain shader might be a fun thing to do. Might be fun. Yeah, it looks alright. It's not like the craziest thing in the world. I also don't move the UVs of the actual texture with the bobbing of the waves, or like move them, so it does look a bit still. But I think it looks properly done. I don't really know how I should move the UVs for it. I figure you probably would. I don't really want to do a sign thing. Also, you would probably have to move. You would probably move it here. The skybox is incredibly bright. Yeah, I just like picked one from random off of Polyhaven, but I didn't like test it or anything. I just kind of just like got it. But maybe I should get a different one. It is pretty bright against the water, though. You are right. But the thing is that my geometry was already pretty bright, so I like was like I might as well try it. A bright one, since the light was already pretty bright. Have I heard about esoteric programming languages? Like what, Haskell? Or like MATLAB? Like, is that what you mean? The sky's pretty dang bright, yeah. Right now it's pretty. Where I live it's super bright outside. You can probably see it on my wall. Okay, so if we want to move the UVs, I think we have to do it before we do that, or maybe we do it after actually we do the transform. Or we don't even touch it here. The normal map. Okay, so you want to do it here then. So let's just I want to move them all together so that it doesn't look all wonky. Let's try this a few different ways. Let's try this a few different ways. So let's just do sine. Do I have view time in here? I don't. I definitely have it inside of here. Alright, so I'm just gonna assign it with I kind of want to do it based on normal as well, so I'll just do n.x times 0.1 plus u time times 0.000 and we'll just multiply it times a very low amplitude. The code of brainfuck looks very interesting. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. That sounds like pretty cool. That just automatically brought to my mind like Atrocity Exhibition by Ballard. Great book. JS fuck. It's valid ECMA script. I've never heard of that. That sounds interesting though. When is this stuff made? Is this new? Or what? Alright, it's been around forever. Yeah, I've never heard of that. What do you mean by just using 6 characters? Which characters? Like since the 90s. Wow. Alright, let's see what it looks like. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I think I did it a little bit too little. I feel like that's square brackets, parentheses, plus an exclamation point. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that. What is it used for though? Like, is it just a thing, or I don't know. Alright, yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like shit, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of just looks like dog water. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It just does not look that great. It just is not, it's not speaking to me right now. Nothing is just for memes. Yeah, sure. Send it. I guess if it's a meme, that sounds pretty funny. Hopefully you don't get got by the YouTube police. By the way, I have like all the YouTube like things turned off. It's just this is pretty sick. This is pretty sick. Just like sitting on your own island watching the waves. That's pretty nice. I don't know how it looks on your end, but it looks pretty nice for me. Might be too long. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do the like whole like loading in LODs thing. Because like right now it's just done on the GPU. We just actually block on it and then just load in all the chunks we need to do. But I feel like, to be honest, we should just do it like async in the background. And there goes my computer. Freaking out again. Like it always does. Wish I could fix that. My project looks very... Thanks. Thank you. Alright, so that's that. I mean, it's not great, but I'll probably just like look at it later and try to play around with it. Alright, cool. So that's done. Yeah, I don't know how to optimize something like this, to be honest. So basically what's happening under the hood, right? So we have, this is our noise function, basically, and you can change all these parameters to change the noise, right? However, the reason why it's so slow, I have to profile it. I think we should profile it, and just to see where things are going wrong. Okay, just to see what we look like under the hood. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I want to do the proper way to profile though, and that is the gen queries. What is this? It's just a GL uint. So what I want to do is for load chunks, I want it to have its own thing. Oh yeah, it is kind of annoying that we have to pass it in. I'm gonna leave, but I gotta see my profiling workflow. Profiling workflow? Not really. We're just gonna take in the query just so that we don't have to make them every frame, right? That's the way you're supposed to do it. So we'll just say it's a mesh query, and we'll just generate it on a init. This is the proper way to you know, do the profiling in OpenGL. So you do this, and then when we load chunks, we're just gonna pass in the mesh query. Actually, no, you don't have to. So we're just gonna put this in the header file. Okay, and then I gotta remember the thing. I think it's like GL begin query and then GL end query. So we're just gonna do, actually, you know what we should have done? We should have just literally not passed it into the fucking function and then just like done it on the outside. I don't know why I did that. So let's just not even do let's just do this, and then GL end query, GL time elapsed, and then over here we have where we print them all out, which is here, and so we'll just do a new one, and we'll have a mesh s, which is just the double. Where are my doubles for the s's? Where? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. So we have a mesh s, and now we just want to add it onto the thing. It's shorter than I expected. Yeah, I don't see it. I think you got by the YouTube police. I guess I'll have to look it up later. Okay, so this is the profiling workflow. There you go. And so we're just gonna print it out and then see what the load chunk time is. And then we want to check out what the collision time is. So the collision time is also actually very expensive. The collision logic is also very expensive. So when we're jumping around, I want to see what it's like. So our mesh is 0.1013. 0.013. 0.013. That's very, very, very small, by the way. I don't know what that error is. We're just gonna ignore it for now. Okay, so that's very, very tiny. So if I had to guess, it's actually in process input and update camera. So I'm gonna make a new query called collision. And then we will do that query, and then we'll see how much this is painful. We have to make sure also, that frame, this was not actually mesh queue. So that actually wasn't the correct result, so that's not great. Have I heard of Michael Reeves? Yeah. I remember before he was like famous or whatever, you know, long time ago. But yeah, I remember watching his videos when he lived in like Hawaii and shit, like all those years ago. Now, I mean, I don't really like the people that he's friends with and stuff, but you know, he's cool. He makes cool things, for sure. So our collision queue is there, and I think we also want a render queue, so we can use the frame S for it, and we want to put that there and then that there, and then we'll see how the frame is for rendering, how big the render is. So okay. So it's actually the frame that's the problem. Wow, I didn't expect that. Yeah, it's not actually the mesh or the collision. Well, actually, let's walk around and see. That's what I kind of forgot to do. Like there we have some stuttering. So mesh does go up to like 1 millisecond sometimes when we're loading in chunks, but the actual hefty part of it is actually the frame itself. Wow. Alright, peace out, cheese. Have a nice one. Wow, well that is surprising to me. So I wonder how much of that is us texturing. I think that us texturing is probably a big part of it. So let's go just like pure normals. And let's see what the bottleneck is. What motivates me to code? I guess I consider it like my life's work, you know? Like, I don't know, like what I want to be remembered by or whatever that's why I code, you know? I think it's that simple for me. It's like when I die, like I don't think I'm the type of person that's gonna have like kids or a family or something like that. I'm just don't have the brain for that. But like when I die, I want to be, you know, I did this, you know, that sort of thing. Sorry to make it so deep, but that's how I feel about it. Yeah, it's literally all that. It's actually 15 milliseconds. All of this is 15 milliseconds. That's insane. Without that, I mean, like the chunking isn't even the bottleneck. So it's actually just purely this. Which, I mean, to be fair, is a lot. But let's just try to get rid of specular and AO. Because, like, at the end of the day, it's rocks. It doesn't really need specular or AO. This is the same thing I do in my water shader, but I guess we do like a lot of vertices here, and that probably like fucks with it quite a bit, because we have to do 3 textures every time. Where there are 3 of each, it's called triplanar texturing. It's here. This is how you do it if you're like generating terrain on the go. This is how they say to do it, is to sample 3, and then at your bump maps sample 3. It's you create a you divide it by these the normal basically, and then you form them into like world space. I don't really understand like 100% how it works, but that's how you get the lighting normal, because, you know, I guess it's more realistic in that sense. But yeah, a big part of it is this normal map and stuff. So I think the problem with this normal map is that it's too big. I think like our texture, by the way, is like 30 megabytes. Like it's a 4K texture. So I wonder if that has something to do with it, because I think it's just very large. So that might have something to do with it. No, yeah, see, it's like 16, 17 milliseconds. So let's just try, I want to try turning the, have I mapped it? No, I have not. You're actually so, that's a great idea. That is actually like a really good idea, actually. That's a genius idea. You've got a good noggin on you. Got a good noggin on you. Let's find where that is. Oh, I have it in load texture, so generating bitmaps is actually kind of annoying, but we can totally do it. Let's just like straight up do it afterwards. Actually, yeah, it's annoying because I obviously have to do it here, right? You go, is it GL bitmap? It's GL linear bitmap linear. Why is it not coming up? It's this. Yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up. I try, yeah, you got a good noggin, this is kind of annoying because then it generates bitmaps for everything. I guess it's not like the worst thing in the world. I think it's min filter and not mag filter. I don't really remember how to do it otherwise. Like, don't you just do that and then it generates the bitmap levels itself? And it does the LOD itself. I don't really remember. I'd have to open up my game engine code to remember how to do that. Long time ago. Long time ago. Alright. Well, that doesn't seem that great. Not gonna lie. Hey, but our frame time is down. Let's go see, I guess. Let's go fish. Let us go fish. How do I do this? So let's just follow it. So this gets called by this, which parses it into this, which loads it, and we had a bunch of shit commented out here because I was hard coding things at some point, but this is how you do it. But MIP levels like that. But then how do I do the MIP leveling? Where are the MIP leveling things? Took all generate minmap. Good, you got a good noggin, yeah. That is true. I'm trying to remember where I had that code though. Maybe I commented it out at some point or something. 4236. Oh. Yeah. It is there. Holy shit. Yeah, I started commenting things out here because I was working on things, but then I guess I just never uncommented them out. Okay. I didn't expect it to break everything like that though. But 4236, comical amount of lines in that fucking file. The cursed part is that we're only halfway down it. Hey, we're mip-mapped. It looks a bit ugly, but that's alright. Wow. Yeah, it does look a bit shitty, but I mean, so what? So what? Yeah, it looks really shit, but whatever. I mean, so I feel like there's probably a way to do it with like less less mipping. Frame times look good, yeah. It does look good. It definitely is the texture being 4K. That's the problem. I almost want to try like just like not making it linear, like going you know, nearest map nearest, because we can't really go nearest on everything. That doesn't really make sense, but I just want to see if that's better. I remember it looking different and being less ugly. I feel like there is a way for you to set your own MIP levels. I just don't know where it is. Yeah, it looks just about as shitty. I think it also would probably be good to bring up the scale, but let's see where we do MIP levels. Where do we, okay, GL text storage 3D. Oh, it was by okay. I don't really exactly remember. So this gives the MIP levels, and then you generate it for the entire array. Yeah, I know it's in GLSL, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to do it on your own, but I feel like there was a way to do it here. But I think that it's only, I think what you're doing here is you do it for the texture array. You can't do it for the individual textures. So I thought that there was a way for you to just do it manually, but I think that they do it automatically and then you have to deal with it. But I guess you would go into here and then, no, this is not it. You would go into here and then texture LOD it. I mean, generating your own map. Yeah. I mean, so you can calculate MIP levels using log and set them into a texture array, and then that lets you manually do it. But I think it has to be in a text array for that to work, because you set it for the entire texture array. But maybe it's possible to, I feel like that it is possible to set maximum MIP level GL texture. Oh, there we go. GL texture max level. Aha. Okay, so it is a thing. It is a thing. So it's called GL texture max level, and you can set it as a parameter here. So you can set it to GL text parameter I, GL texture 2D, GL texture max level, and you can set it here. I'm pretty sure you can upload and yeah, I don't think it has to be a text array either. I just feel like that's the only way I did it in the past. I feel like this is the same. I feel like this is exactly the same. If I set it to... Yeah, I might have to do my own texture LOD thing, I guess. I never knew how to do that, to be honest. If I set this to 0, then it should just like not use bitmaps, no? Huh. I mean, it looks just like, you know, the same, but... See, the interesting thing is that it still feels like foggy, I guess, even if the max level is 0. Interesting. Anyway, I wanted to also change the size to compensate for it now. The relative scale. But yeah. Do it. Oh. Set a GL texture load bias. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Do you set it as a text parameter? So like that. Let me look this up. Minimum should be at least 2. It says GL texture GL max texture load bias. That's what it says when I'm looking it up, but I wonder if you could just do this, like, bias it towards 0 like that. I've never done that. Yeah, it does look kind of fucking shitty, I guess. apparently it's just a yeah, I saw it that it said that you can do that. I think what will also help is if we put the scale up to like 4 or 5. The scale is how basically smaller our texture is on the. Got so bored I'm back again? Damn. Does that mean that I'm like exciting or something? Oh yeah, this doesn't look too bad. It's not like the greatest thing either, but it's not like bad. Yeah, it's not bad. And the frame is still at 2 ms. Yeah, this isn't bad. Yo, what's up, cheese? Yeah, the frame time is like 3 ms now. So that was the bottleneck all along. It wasn't actually the chunk loading. So that's cool. Also, the terrain doesn't even look bad right now, even though we're actually at like no resolution, by the way. Our this is at 34. We have 3 max chunks LOD at 34. Yeah, like this is like pretty. Because I keep talking about what I think. Yeah, man. That's why fucking streaming really takes it out of me. I gotta fucking keep talking and yapping and then yap some more and yap and yap and yap. You can optimize VRAM usage by using more VRAM. Yeah, guess how much VRAM I have in this laptop. Guess how much? 2 gigabytes. Alright, peace out. Thanks for all the help. I appreciate it. And good talking to you. I think I might now that we have everything set up again, I kind of want to maybe I do the rain shader. I think it would be fun. Basically the way I would do it, right, is I'd have a compute dispatch once a frame that just integrates positions, right? And yeah. So what did you miss? Nothing. We were just trying to optimize this number, and we got it from 16 down to 2 thanks to mip mapping. So not a lot. We have a lot of overhead. Surprisingly, the mesh step isn't even, and collision is nothing. Our collision check, I'm very surprised. Our mesh step sometimes spikes to like 2 while we're loading in stuff, but it's never to the point of like hitting 60 FPS or anything. So that's cool. Now, once we get to the point of trying to, you know, making things look better, like, so I still don't know what I'm gonna do about like geometry loading in, like popping into view like that. I don't really know how to hide that, so that's also a thing that I have to do. Like, it's hard to do that for sure. What we had it at earlier was, this was actually at like 8, which helps us out a little bit because we're only doing the chunks that are in the view frustum, but yeah, the geometry like popping in, I don't know how to deal with it. Like, you see that? Like, pops in. I have no clue how to deal with that. Like, it wouldn't necessarily look that bad if the normals themselves didn't change, but they kind of do unfortunately change. What I could do is like I could technically calculate density at a higher resolution than I actually mesh it at. We'd have to be checking how expensive marching cubes actually is, but yeah. I'd have to be checking how expensive marching cubes is. I can't really test like how expensive that is specifically. The only way to do that would be to actually like put a profiling thing here and then a profiling thing here and then add them into frame counters per frame that we then read out later. We could do that. So let's just do two globals here at the top of this, just two globals here called double density time equals 0, double MC time equals 0, and then we'll just add the queries into these and then print them out and reset them once a frame, and we'll just global them into types. Alright, cool. Oh. Okay, so now we have that, and we will reset them once a frame to 0. And then we will do them in mesh.c, etc. The problem is that if we want to do a proper GL query, we need to extern that as well. This is, I believe it's just GLUnt, and we will have MCQ and DQ. And we will GL gen queries for this. DQ, Dairy Queen. And we will read them out as well at the end. DQ, DS, MCS. And we will... Oh, actually, no. We're gonna query them during the thing, so that's actually not gonna be that. We'll just add it on to here. Okay. So that's cool. And now we will go in and then we will GL begin. GL begin query. GL what is it? Time elapsed. With DQ. Extern GL uint MCQ. There we go. And MCQ, and then end time elapsed, and then down here we will read out the query like so. We will read out the query for DQ into this double here. We'll initialize it to 0 just to make sure, and go into current DQ. GLUN64. Okay. And now we're gonna do it for MC. And then density time will add in current DQ so that we can profile. However, we do want to change the type of this to be GLUN64. Okay, and hopefully that just works to show us how long our marching cubes versus our density takes, to just check how much time we would actually save by caching density at a high resolution and then reusing it for marching cubes. Because my idea is that we only do marching cubes. We can not do marching cubes at a high resolution and just wait to do it later. So let's see. So marching cubes sometimes takes a long time. Sometimes takes a very long time, actually. While density doesn't necessarily take that long at all. And the reason why marching cubes might actually be taking a long time is because we are doing this instead of just indexing into the array, which is what we probably should be doing. So let's get that working then. So to find the thing, we should sample density instead. We should sample density on the array. I don't know what that function is, sample density. It's a trilinear interpolation at a location. I think instead of that, we just wanna actually just index into the density array, just to be as fast as possible. I would need to actually get the density index from position, though. Okay, so let's figure out how to index this. I'm just gonna take in the raw x, y, and z for the vertex at the end, and we will just add the same d to it, and this will just be what we are indexing into. However, we need to figure out where this vert is within the actual density array. Center offset is in world space. If we subtract the chunk offset and the center offset and then divide, does it undo it? I think we... Yeah. So we minus these two and then divide by voxel size. Yeah, because we have to undo it. So we minus the chunk offset, minus this center offset, so we'll take in the center offset into here. Actually, is that... It's a vec3. So, and is it x, y, and z? X, y, and z is floats. So these are going to be floats. Let's just do a vec3. We can just take in the vec3 chunk offset. So we will do, we're just gonna return No, let's just do this. So uvec3 O equals P minus center offset minus chunk offset divided by voxel size. We'll also take in and then we just literally round this. Or actually maybe we just you just uvec3 it. You just floor it and that's fine. And now we'll return yeah, let's just copy this. O.z, O.y. O.x. Fantastic. Alright, so now we have our density index, and now we can stop doing this density function and instead just call density index. And so what we're doing here is we're just indexing straight into an array instead of calculating density from scratch every time we want to calculate the normal. Now, is this going to look as good as it did before? Probably not. But I just thought I might as well give it a shot. See if it works. Because that'll make margin cubes like 10 times faster. Quite literally, like probably 20 times faster. Okay. We fucked that up, apparently. $172 and $184. Implicit cast from float to uint. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh. My bad. I was like, what? I was so confused. I'm supposed to be returning the index, not the value. What? I was so confused. I'm also making things in OpenGL with C. How do you go about abstracting the OpenGL functions into structs and my own functions? It depends. Like when I had my game engine, I had an entire rendering pipeline system that was separate from OpenGL. Nowadays, I mean, with this project, I don't really care about abstracting stuff away because like it's me working with it and me making it. You know, it depends on the thing, but yeah, I mean, I don't really care to abstract a bunch of stuff away nowadays because I kind of feel like with most of it, it's kind of like a whole lot of work for nothing, you know. At the end of the day, anybody who's going to use my programs probably should already, if they want to toy with it, then you just have to know how to program. Like, you know, that's kind of the way I think it should be. Why 255? What? Too few parameters. Oh yeah, you are so correct about that actually. You are 100% correct. We need the center offset and the chunk offset. Center offset, chunk offset, voxel size. In that order. What's the idiomatic way of doing it? Well, it's not gonna look pretty, but yeah, like that. Yeah, what I usually do is just put make it easier to read. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just, you know, it's kind of hard to abstract away OpenGL at some point because it's like there's a lot of parameters that you may have like edge cases to use later, and so it kind of, you know, like, yeah. Shader caches and mesh primitives. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like, it depends what your use case is, right? Like, so if you're like making like a game engine for people to like use, like in terms of like a commercial game engine sort of thing, or something that's near to a commercial game engine, then yeah, you definitely should do that stuff or whatever. But also, I don't know, it's often way more trouble than it's worth. I think that the normals are probably correct. It's kind of hard to tell, but I don't think that they're explicitly wrong per se. Yeah, I don't think that they're wrong. I mean, some of them are a bit sketchy. Like that's a bit sketchy for sure. Yeah, some of it is a bit ugly looking, for sure. Yeah, maybe we should try linearly interpolate, because that's just kind of fucking ugly. Yeah. Yeah, we should just interpolate. Yeah, it's super fucking ugly, yeah. Okay, well, instead of doing this, we want to interpolate and do this instead. I'm just trying to make a basic framework that I can make my own things really. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. That is cool. I just kind of, you know, do whatever I gotta do. I can use the density index function here though, which is perfect. Like we weren't completely being stupid about it. The pain is that we have to like wrap this in a vec3, which is kind of annoying, but it's not like the end of the world. And then after here, you of course want to go. Oh. Oh. Okay, so in this case, we don't use this function exactly. We just go here, and then we just, you know, cast that to a vec3, and then actually just this is a uvec3, and then this just becomes p. Am I trying to make a procedural terrain map? Yeah, basically. I have this program that's an n-body space simulator, and I need to make it so that we can land on planets, and so that's what I'm working on now. Is it's basically procedural terrain that changes as you walk on it, sort of thing. So this is already done here. We just have to make this a uvec3 going into here, and that should be all fine and dandy. And now we can just replace everything with sample density, because it'll try linearly interpolate the whole thing. This is much better that way. And then trying to make a 3D map based on a 2D texture. They are actually 3D noise textures. So it is kind of like us stepping through a voxelized kind of thing. This is our density, which is a 3D scalar field, which we calculate here using noise textures and fractional Brownian motion. So that's kind of what it is, pretty much. Okay, so let's give that a shot, and then like let's try to see if it looks any better. It should, but it is more expensive to do the trilinear stuff rather than doing it What did I miss? What did I miss? 261. Oh. That. Yeah, this looks much better. I mean, it's not perfect, but there's some touching up we can probably do with it later. Now let's see our MC. See, it sometimes peaks to 4. Sometimes peaks to 4, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I assume that this would be better, but yeah, not really. Yeah, not much I can really do with that. You just got to rendering a texture on a basic object. That's sick, yeah. Maybe you're doing the OpenGL tutorials, unlearn OpenGL. We were actually just doing a bit of that today, trying to figure out how to do a cube map. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. It's just not not the greatest. Yeah, something else I wanted to do is that like a lot of our actual like cells don't have any data inside of them. So I think what I want to do is I want to create a running list of chunks that don't have anything inside of them. And so I think that's what I'm going to do now. Doing a video tutorial. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. Yeah, so let's do that, I guess. How are we gonna do that? So let's look at the structure here. We have this, yeah, so it would basically be int chunk. Oh, we already have chunk vertex offset actually. So we would just have to read this back to the GPU, back from the GPU, when we create a thing, and then if it's 0, we push it. Okay, so let's see if we can do that. Let's see it. Yeah, I don't know how expensive that's gonna be, but we have to map the buffer out and do that. This is it density? No, it's no, it is density vertex SSBO by LOD level, and then we want an int pointer. And we're just gonna go get the whole thing out. No, we can just do this once a frame. We can just do this once a frame. We don't have to do this right here. We can just do it once a frame at the bottom. That's why it's not that expensive, because we could just do it once at a frame at the bottom. Yeah, the problem is that we have to do it for each LOD level. So we're just gonna do it once for every LOD, map the buffer out, and then check it, which is expensive. It is expensive. Okay. So we want to go through each one. Max chunks LOD. So we're gonna go through each chunk, and then if vertex counts C equals 0, then we want to push this chunk onto a running list that we progressively clear. Basically gonna be like an arena thing, I guess, where we just loop through it and then see if the thing is free. I don't really know. Yeah, okay, so this is what we'll do. Okay, we'll make a struct for this. Okay, so let's just make a struct that's it's gonna be a chunk list. It's gonna have an int chunks yeah, I don't want to deal with malloc and reallocating it. I think that like vectorizing this is like way. I mean, maybe not, but it's like, okay, let's just put a define here and stop being a jerk. dustmite tries to make something not complicated. Dustmite fails at making something not complicated. Let's just put it in a knit. We're gonna have this out here. We're gonna have extern chunk list. Yeah, it's just gonna be that. It doesn't need to be per LOD. It doesn't. Okay, so okay. So we need to initialize this actually. So I'll just put it in the giant init function. I'm just going to do fuck. Why am I printing? Chunk list index by I dot freeze I equals true. Okay, and so this chunk list isn't actually going to be integers. It's going to be a vec3 of the chunks. Okay, got it. Okay, so if our vertex count was 0, then we want to put it onto the chunk list. So I need to find inside of the chunk data. Well, let's just do this here. I need to find, this is going to be indexed by I, C, and we are going to push the center. And this way we will never emit this a chunk that was empty twice. We're only going to be drawing and taking up slots with LODs or with chunks that have actual data in them. Of course, we also have to check for this. We need to check the distance of them from the center every frame. So I'm just gonna do that up here. Let's just literally do this. Just copy and paste it. Okay, so when a chunk in the chunk list goes out of range, we just get rid of it or set it to free so that it lazily gets rid of it later. And at the end, we check once. Against the buffer. We check the ones that we just got out, and then we check if they were 0, and if they were, then we put it onto here. A way that we could also do it is that we could read every time we emit one. However, I think that it's better to just map the buffers once on the way out. Now we'll see if this has any effect on it. We also need to do the obvious check to see if the given chunk is within this. So we could obviously do this with a hash map, but I think just like simply for now, this works fine if we literally just check it immediately off the bat. Modern CPUs can just do this in a second anyway, but we will make this better later. We could also do a dist thing here. I just don't know if I'm exactly sure about that, but hey, do you allocate memory using an arena? Not really in this project. I pretty much do everything stack allocated. So, I mean, when I did my, my game engine, there was more arenas, but really I just, avoid memory. I try to do everything stack, or or just discarding it when we don't need it, and but yeah. I don't think I have a single. I have a few mallocs in this program, but they're buffers that are used the entire time. Okay. That is kind of the implementation of like what I was thinking of, is like we have in a array of things that were proven to be empty in the past, and now we are checking against them to make sure that we don't. Holy fucking shit. Okay, well, I guess that's really not possible for us. The strange thing is that this doesn't. Oh, yeah. 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 I am going to guess that this is us reading this out. That's what I'm going to guess. Yeah, we have to keep it on the GPU, unfortunately. We can keep it on the GPU completely, but it yeah, it's just that. It's just us reading that buffer out. Oh, that's such a bummer, man. That is such a bummer. Yeah, we can't do that. Oh, this is the right SSBO, right? Yeah, it is. Fuck. Yeah, we have to keep it on the GPU, but like... Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. What I'm trying to do, by the way, if you don't understand what I'm trying to do, basically we have these buffers that we are computing on the GPU, right? Density and our margin cubes mesh. However, there are some pieces of chunks that have nothing in them, that we discover, oh, this is in the sky or this is below the ground. However, they still take up room on the CPU chunk buffer. The problem is, the only way we can stop emitting those chunks is by reading back and then seeing, what happens. So there's really no way for us to do it, because it's so expensive to read off of the GPU. So that's kind of a pain. We could try... We could try reading with just get... Yeah, so let's try this. So that's not... Let's try... that's not... Okay, whatever. Let's try... I'm gonna try something else with just get GL get buffer, get sub buffer, instead of mapping the buffer, just GL get sub buffer, get sub buffer data, get sub data, get buffer sub data. Get buffer sub data, that's what it is. We're gonna get it from here. with an offset of chunk ID times size of int, and it's going to be size of int, and we'll get it into an int. Let's see how fast this is. What the fuck did I just do? Okay, so let's try this. The SSBO needs to be bound for this to work. I'm not going to use a fence. So if count equals 0, then we put it on this. Chunk data IC, so chunk data LOD level with the chunk ID. And then we should set this to true. Okay. Now let's see if this is any faster. Hey, what's up, virtual? What? Oh. Yeah, I have no clue if this is gonna be better or worse or whatever. I'm just like, I've got to try something. Nothing, just procrastinating. That's alright. All I do is procrastinate. No. No, it's not any better. Yeah, there is not much I can do. Am I making heaven? What exactly are you building? Or like KSP or Universe Sandbox? I don't really think like, you know, am I making something like that? It's just like, I made an end body simulator and then I wanted to go and walk around on planets, so. Am I making heaven? I don't think it's, not necessarily heaven. Oh god, yeah, the lag. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah. It's these reads off of the GPU. Just really, really, really bad. They're not gonna show up on the profiling, but yeah, because we're not actually doing this. We aren't actually querying it, but feels like heaven. Thanks. I mean, I think that's, you know, that's good. I mean, I just like, you know, just kind of started making it, so I didn't really have anything in mind, I guess. Yeah, this lag is just, it's like the stuttering is so funny. Yeah, let's see the MC. Why is the MC not giving me anything? I don't know why my profiling isn't working. Oh, because I did this down here. Oh, that would be why. Yeah, I don't know how to go about this if this doesn't work. I need it. Yeah, 89. 89. I would love to just get one integer. I need one integer. I need one integer. Fuck, dude. Is there a way for me to just do it on the GPU? Is it technically possible? No, because this lives on the CPU. So there's no way for me to do it. There's no way. Because I need to communicate the yeah, I mean it just might not be, it might not be possible. Okay, well maybe this idea is pointless then. Maybe this idea is pointless. Maybe we need to figure that out beforehand. That it's empty. I don't know how to do that though. It's kind of impossible to really know. Yeah. All right. Well, for now I'll just put this on the back burner. I don't think that it's possible. For now, it's just impossible to do that. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. No, it kind of is. It kind of is. Because this is all on the CPU, so even if what I was just thinking, right, was like we could have a shader that just figures out if our chunk is empty beforehand, but it doesn't matter because our chunk would still be taking up space on the CPU side buffer with this. So there's no way to communicate it unless everything is on the GPU. Which, I mean, technically that's possible, I guess, but yeah, it's not easy. Yeah, not easy. Alright, well, whatever. That was my idea, but yeah. Next I was thinking like, oh, I could make like the chunk asynchronous, but the problem is that MC is always going to be the bottleneck anyway, and that's on the CPU, so, or on the GPU, so it's like making everything else asynchronous is like kind of pointless, not gonna lie. Let me see. Vertex positions and normals are blended between parent and child nodes. Gradually fade in the higher detail mesh while fading out over several frames. Interesting. I'm wondering how people do it. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out how I want to fade in different LOD levels into each other. And I am looking at this paper. Okay. So since density is never the bottleneck, my next idea is to render everything, or not render everything, but pre-compute the density at the maximum size. Keep all of the densities in the buffer always, and then when this goes up in level, then we interpolate slowly. Or maybe we get the next one and then we interpolate it based on distance. Okay, I see. So we get the mesh, don't present it, and then replace it based on distance. Okay, so let's just draw this out mentally here for a second. So we so we get we calculate density at max LOD res. Then we calculate at low res. Present. You don't have to calculate it at max LOD res. How do I interpolate between two different meshes? I've never done that before. Vertex shader blending, morph targets, pixel depth offset. Pass vertex position for both high poly and low poly. Use mix. Geomorphing. Okay, interesting. So that's what we'll have to do, but we will need to store both. Or no, we don't need to store densities separately. We need like a back buffer for the marching cubes mesh. We need a back buffer for the marching cubes mesh. We don't have it drawn out here anymore, but we have it drawn out in here, obviously. So we have vertex vertices. We would need a backup. And then we're really at the mercy of VRAM, I guess. I need to figure out which one we're writing to. I could just have two of these. I could just have two different density vertex data SSBOs. But then how the fuck do you draw? Oh, we just bind them both. Yeah, this is hard. So if okay. Okay. I have no clue if we're gonna run out of VRAM though. Okay, so the idea is whenever we are emitting a chunk that we've already emitted and we already have vertices for, we simply bind the other SSBO. We simply swap it. And we index it based on something. And then when we draw, we bind them both. And then interpolate between them, depending on distance to the player. Shit, this is tough. This is tough. Definitely tough. Okay, so let's do it then. Enough talking. Okay, so this is what's going to end up here is that we're gonna have we need density vertex SSPL also indexed by 2. We need a front and a back one. We need a front and a back one, and that means that we need to allocate both of them. Once again, I don't know how much VRAM we're gonna be able to get away with here, but there's a hair. It's the problem with having a beard, man. You get hair everywhere. It's pretty interesting. Like when I go live, I feel like the first like few hours are just like there's a lot of people, and then later I guess that there just isn't. I don't know why that is, but so now we allocate both. Okay. How are we going to know which one has the vertices though? Because like, so let's say we write into the first one, right? And therefore we draw from the first one. How do we know when we go to the next one? And then how do we know when we don't need the last one anymore, you know? It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. I could just literally have an integer per that just stores that metadata to see which one it lives in. My idea is that like everything goes to 0. And then when we update 1, it goes to 1. The thing is, how do I know? How do I know what the like? This is very tricky. I don't really know what to do. I think we just code it and then. You know, we just code it and then. Oh, also we don't want to be freeing the other LOD. Oh yeah, we don't want to be freeing the other LOD. It's in a different LOD level, but then it's gonna draw. Oh shit. shit. Okay. Is it NeoVim? If so, what plugins am I using? No, it's just Helix. It's just Helix. So I think we have to get rid of the replacement index stuff and we have to stop replacing, like here, we need to stop replacing lower LODs. We still need to keep track of it, but we should not be replacing them. We should not be setting them to free. Which I don't know if we do. I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we do. Okay, so that's fine then. Okay. Maybe we just take an int to which one we are emitting to here. So we just like have we're gonna just like create a boolean here that just like if jobs dot no, it's the job data indexed by j dot I'm sorry, doesn't equal -1. That's the case here. Okay, so let's just do that then. Okay, this is absolutely just like the worst thing I've ever had to do. Like, I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing here. So we'll just do, it's just gonna be 1 or 0. Yeah. Okay, this is in the header, that's why. Okay. So now we do this and we emit to the correct buffer. So if we're updating the LOD, we are always going to the second buffer. However, we need to ping pong back and forth. We need to ping pong back and forth. Maybe we just do it based on if the LOD is even or not, actually. So if it's on an even LOD, it goes to 1, and then that way it swaps automatically. Okay, so maybe that's how we do it actually. So we want to do it So then we don't even have to do this. We just write into dest buffer and it'll flip automatically. Okay, so that makes sense. The issue is that this dest buffer, how do I make sure that the old LOD, that we don't draw the same one twice? How do we make sure that we don't draw the same one twice? We want something to live on the GPU that tells us what to draw, which one to draw. Also, how do I get rid of the old buffer when we reach the maximum amount? I don't really know how to get rid of the old one. Maybe it'll just get rid of it automatically, actually. Fuck. The problem is also that just because a chunk is in one LOD in a certain location does not mean that they will be in the same place in the other buffer. So I need more metadata than I think. Actually, like per chunk, I need also to know the offset in the other buffer. What LOD it's the other one is. Yeah. Let's draw it out. Okay, so let's draw it out. Okay, so I need because two LODs, we need to know which both are. We need to know we need all of that. We also probably need a way to map chunks to a global chunk thing so that so that we don't draw it twice. We need this per chunk globally, is the problem. We can't just have this per chunk inside of this array. It needs to be a global thing outside of any other SSBO. This needs to be another thing. We can in fact probably put it inside of density data. It would need to be indexed by like global maximum chunks. Yeah, probably need to be a global maximum chunks. We would need a way to map into it though. Oh, never mind. Density is also per. So it would have to be a completely separate SSBO then. With all of this. How would I map into it though? How would I map from... How would I map into it though? I would need to figure out what chunk is getting duplicated in the other buffer. Maybe I pass that in as a uniform actually. Could pass it in as a uniform, could pass in the other LOD level, and then create a bridge between them in this buffer, which is a global buffer. And then we could also have inside of here ID 0, ID 1. And that's going to be chunk metadata. Yeah. Alright, let's do it. I would love to not name this chunk data, but you know, chunk, let's just do this, I guess. And that's going to be the new buffer. Got it. Let's do it in this order. No, let's not do it in that order. I just immediately regretted that. Are we really up to 12? Is that really what we're at right now? I don't think so. Is it? I don't even think so. where do we bind this at? We bind it at the indirect buffer is at it's at 11. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, so let's just put it on the CPU just so that we have it. Okay, so I'm gonna call this oh, I didn't put semicolons at the end of any of that. By the way. Oh. I didn't put semicolons at the end of any of this. Okay. So to get that set up, we need a new SSBO. And we're going to call it chunk data. Okay, so let's get it set up then. The good thing about this is that it's literally just going to be one of these. That's very simple for us to just do. We just go chunk data, and put it at 12, and so that's cool. This chunk data is the wrong chunk data though. We want it GPU chunk times max chunks. Okay. Okay. Also, this should be actually like, let's put it max chunk list actually. Put it max chunk list and then get rid of unsize it. And then let's copy and paste it into the other ones. It also is going to need to be in indirect, and obviously it will need to be within our mesh.vert. Very importantly. Okay, so now the hard part. The hard part is going to be mapping our... Oh, I probably should have put center in here, because how else are we going to bridge them? We have both chunks at the time that we send them in. It would just be a matter of looking if it's already in this list and then mapping them both. Like, we don't need a CPU side buffer, I don't think. I think we just send a uniform. How am I going to manage this list? Could have a bool free that we remove from. or we could just maintain it on the CPU. I think that that's actually the cleanest implementation. It's actually to take advantage of what I just did with this chunk list. And for each chunk that we match on, we simply create a new chunk. And each chunk has its own ID now, a global ID. We have to every time we emit one, we would have to look for it to see. Okay, so let's do that, right? So we would check it here. We would do this exact code right here before we emit a thing. Okay, so we find our index in the chunk list. If IDX is -1, then we are make a new chunk. So if we didn't match inside of the chunk list, then we need to make a new chunk. And so we will then loop through and then find the first free chunk and then use that index. So we're gonna go through the max chunk list. By the way, if the chunk list ever does fill up, we will probably just immediately crash. There's no way for us to keep going in this implementation, so that's that would be really bad. But anyway, so we would pass in IDX into here and then pass it as a uniform for the chunks. When we explicitly replace a chunk and we free the chunk, right? When a chunk ends up free, yeah, because we replace chunks. So we need a way to map them into here. So inside of chunk data, we need a global index inside of this. A global chunk ID. And so we'll maintain that, and whenever we replace a chunk, then we have to also free it at the chunk list. So for us, so if we're replacing this, right, at the chunk data at LOD freeze f dot index dot chunk ID, we want this chunk ID and we will at chunk list the freeze old equals true. So we'll create a new planet mesh, and then at chunk list idx, or chunk list dot chunks at idx, we will put the what we just put into, or we just get it from job data j dot center, and let us put chunk list dot freeze idx. How much product do I have complete right now? I don't really know. That's a hard question to answer. I'm still working on it. We need to pass in now the global chunk ID. My projects take a long time. You know, like, ask anybody who knows me. It takes a long time, my projects. I'm kind of like a perfectionist with it. I don't let it rest until it's... Why? Oh, you're mad at me because of that. So now we will pass in that IDX that we just found. And we never want to be going through the chunk list and getting rid of things, because we just want to get rid of them when we replace them now from here. Are you not using AI? Why? No, I'm not using AI. The why is pretty interesting. I'm not using AI because, you know, like, why would I use AI? What would the point be? Do I Zora this with 2? Whatever. It's fine. No, you don't. I think that this is fine. Okay. So now that we have a global chunk ID, we need to put it as a uniform inside of here. That global chunk ID, that will tell us inside of indirect where this chunk needs to go. Now, so we need to put into here this might actually need to be an array. Yeah, this is difficult. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I like old tech. I like old graphics. Yeah, these may not need to be like this, but even if so, how do we reset it to negative, like, how do we basically push and push onto a stack? You could do, oh, so we could do LOD equals, or LOD 0 equals LOD 1, and then push the new one onto LOD 1. We could pass a uniform that this is a new chunk and to clear the metadata as well. That might be what we do. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's try to do that. This is getting very complicated, but this is getting very complicated. So if we find this chunk, then we have a new chunk equals false, right? Yeah, I hate the fact that happens when I do this. So new chunk equals true, and we'll just pass that in as a uniform, and if it is a new chunk, then we will clear all of the metadata. However, if it's an old chunk that we are updating the LOD of, then we will do the other case. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to pass this in. Yeah, this is a very complicated system, so I'm sorry if I'm taking a long time to figure it out, but it is not easy. It's not easy at all. Okay, so now we have the new chunk. So we want to pass in a this variable now. I'm following 3 days. I'm here to find you. Make one tactical mistake. You always prove me wrong. Show that how much you do train in C programming. Thanks, I appreciate that. I try my best. It is kind of like, you know, I just get up and I do it, you know, every day. So it is. I do appreciate that because it means that I at least am doing something, you know. It's kind of hard sometimes because I work in complete solitude. I think like most people, most programmers, they maybe like work at an office or something on like most days or whatever. But for me, I don't really have anything to compare myself to. I don't, you know, I don't have that at all. So in like solitude, it's kind of hard to judge if I'm like even a programmer at all. You know, it's kind of, it's not even like imposter syndrome or anything. It's just I have no idea if I am a you know, if I'm a programmer or not. I'm just gonna set the struct to -1 and I don't know if your message just got deleted or something, but I wasn't able to read it. So LOD1 will be the one that we are always drawing from first, and the LOD is, we need to pass in the LOD as well. So that's what we're gonna do in a sec. So offset 1 will be the chunk vertex offset for chunk ID. And then the ID1 will be that global ID. Or no, the ID1 will be the chunk ID. How do I spend my day? I code, you know? Like I don't really do anything like play video games or anything like that, or you know, I don't really go outside much, to be honest. I just code, which, you know, that's kind of just how I would spend my day. It's just kind of what I like to do. So, but I think to some that might sound like depressing or whatever, but I don't know. I think it's different because I think for a lot of people, programming is probably like to some degree like a means to an end sort of thing, but for me it's just everything else is kind of a means to an end for the program. Like, I don't know. But I used to do a lot more stuff, but you know, the way I think of it is like the program comes first, the code comes first. So now we're just moving everything up a slot. Or, you know, down a slot, you know. So the offset 1 becomes the offset 0, and now we push a new one on to offset 1. And so that's basically what's going on here. Okay. So now we update that buffer now. So now when we draw, from an indirect draw, how do we get the chunk ID, the global ID? How do we get the global ID? I know how we do it actually, but it's not exactly the most obvious thing. So we need to, absolutely, most important thing here is we need to actually put on the chunk data. The chunk data needs to have the chunk ID is going to equal this IDX that we put into here. And that IDX is what is going to be what we do later. Now, so we do have this 12 as chunk data and 11 is the indirect buffer. When we go to draw, we have to bind both the back and the front buffer for this to work, which is tricky. This is way trickier than it sounds. So we bind both to 10 and 11. This is so fucking complicated actually, but whatever. We also need to bind the chunk data. And we pass in as uniform that chunk's global data as well. So here is this, and then this is the chunk data SSBO. It's just one, it's just a single thing, right? Yeah. So I'm designing all planets. Yeah, I'm designing the ground of all planets. Yeah. So now that we have our both of these, we need to call them different things. We're just gonna call it 1 and 2. The problem is now we have to do so. Okay, so 0 and 1. Oh shit. But we also need the LOD level, and we don't have that in here. We don't have that in here. We need a... Okay, we need to maintain both. We need to maintain one on the CPU and one on the GPU. Actually the same exact list. So chunk list actually is gonna need a few more fields in here. A few more fields in here. Yeah, I'm not sure why I did this like this. Really, it should just be an array of chunk list. But yeah, so this needs a to match the layout of the GPU struct. Basically needs to match the GPU struct. Fuck is this? Oh, it's here. Which IDE am I using? I am using Helix, which is a text editor, and I am using, yeah, I use Linux on all my machines. This one, the distribution is Endeavor OS, just basically Arch, and on my other machine I have Debian. So we're just gonna do this. The center doesn't necessarily matter. It should just be that. And then we maintain it in the exact same manner we do the GPU buffer. And that way everything goes well. Okay, so now we have to do a bunch of this stuff. I don't know, I was making it SOA, but like there's no need for this to be SOA, and it's just gonna create more confusion right now. So I'm just also, what we can do is when we free from the chunk list, oh, but we already are filling it with new data, but technically this we should set all of the fields to -1. Should also just like everything goes to -1. I don't know if I'm really doing this right or anything. Like I'm kind of just like freestyling as I go along with this. I'm not really sure if I know what I'm doing. So we have this now. This is gonna make it so that we always start from a clean slate. And we want to the offset we can't maintain. Actually, the offset we can't maintain. We can maintain these though, right? And so very simply put, at the end right here, we're just gonna match the other code, right? So ID 0 will just equal ID 1. Not the most simple way of doing it, so I completely understand it, but so chunk list IDX. And we want to set it to -1 if it's free. And we're going to replace it, and then this is the same thing here with the LOD 0 equals LOD 1, and then this becomes LOD, and this ID becomes the chunk, the freeze f dot index, which is the index of the chunk, and all that is well, and all that is good. And now this index all we have to do is go at every chunk, this index now goes into here, and we can pass in these as we can bind the correct LODs to LODs. In fact, we should just be iterating chunk lists and drawing chunk lists now. Yeah, that makes me think like maybe we don't even need chunk data anymore for simplicity's sake, but It would be a big refactor. I would basically just like be iterating through the max chunks and then yeah. Yeah, I'm realizing now that's actually gotta be the case, because if we hit this on the lower chunk data, then it's gonna be a huge problem. Massive problem. Massive problem, yeah. Like, we could band-aid this right now by like making sure that it sucks because it took so long to get this working. But yeah. Here, did I am I doing anything special with the binding here? No. We could just like iterate through. Yeah, this is gonna be a big refactor, but we can just iterate through max chunk list, and then just check if chunk list is free. And then this is actually chunk list the local ID is going to be chunk list dot you can just use ID1 and then we'll draw from here, but then we'll draw both. ID1 should always be the higher vertex count anyway, theoretically. I don't really know how to interpolate between two meshes and if I'm doing this wrong. But what I'm now realizing is that this is going to be a bit painful. So we need both LOD0 and LOD1. And if we need this, then this suddenly becomes a bit more complex, where now we are looking at that. Oof. I'm suddenly realizing that we don't need a 0 and a 1. I'm realizing now that we don't actually need both of these. All we need is actually this. We still are going to need to do this, but we don't need to double this at all. That was completely incorrect of me. So let's go back to singular things here. I kind of just realized that now. Where we don't need a back and a front buffer, we just keep track of both LODs. And so that's the design that I am coming to now. Okay, so what else do we need to implement this? A lot. This is very complicated. This is very complicated. So we don't need this dest buffer thing at all. We don't need the dest buffer thing at all. Which is good. We got rid of that. So a little less complex now. So we just do that. So we just update that LOD and then we update the chunk. Do we even need chunk data anymore? Maybe we do. Maybe because of the -1 thing, but yeah. Because we need to know. I don't even know how to interpolate between two. I was looking at this and it says just like mix. Use mix, but then like how do you make sure that the vertices are in the same order? Ensure LOD 0 and LOD 1 meshes have the same vertex count and vertex ordering. Okay, but how do I... Wait, what? How do I fucking do that? Wait, what? Wait, how do I do that? Wait, how do I... Wait, what? Do I send my time on lead code? No. No, I do not. I do not. That's probably why I don't have a fucking job. So, but no, I don't like the whole leak code thing. It takes the soul out of fucking programming. It sucks. Programming becoming a white collar job is something that truly, it's like, depresses the fuck out of me. Yeah, nothing I'm looking at makes sense. I need a way to mesh this, like a meshing algorithm. This is all Blender stuff that I'm finding on this. It's all Blender. Huh. Yeah, maybe I have to do it in a different way. Mixing them. Maybe I can't just maybe I have to draw both of them and then okay. Sorry, I'm researching. Stochastic levels of detail. Calculate fade value based on distance. Use a 4x4 Bayer. Okay, so dithering for the fading out LOD. If dither value is greater than 1.0 minus LOD fade, discard. Got it. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, I have an NVIDIA paper on it, so I'm looking at it right now. Stochastic LODs. I have never heard of this shit. Okay, it appears like this is like ray tracing sort of thing, so it's not really what I'm exactly looking for. Alright. Okay, so this is possible. It's just going to require us to do, okay. Okay, now I've got to remember what I was doing before I went down this rabbit hole. Hey, I hope the stream gets huge. It's hella cool to see me code. Thanks. I'm using the GPT. I'm not. No, I looked up this pre-processing meshes, and then I eventually got to this stochastic fade. But yeah, I am reading the fucking AI overview because there's nothing on this really, so yeah. There's literally no page on this, so I'm just gonna have to trust the fucking Gemini AI overview to see if this works. It basically says that we need a Bayer dithering matrix, and then we just overlay that on top of it, and then check the value after, and if it's in a certain direction, then we discard, and for the other one we check the opposite direction. So apparently this is how it works, but I have no verification on that. Hi Shanuka. Hi Shanuka again. Okay, so I have no clue if this implementation is done. So the issue is that now we're in two different things, because we have all of this stuff that's chunk data, when really what we want is the chunk list. And so we want to swap over to that system completely. It is going to be a bit painful though. And it's now been a very long time since we have compiled, which is never a good sign. However, we're in the middle of like a massive fucking refactor, and there's literally no way for us to stop now. So that's fun. So the chunk list, by the way, is just indexed differently. It's indexed so that we can have multiple different chunks at different the same chunk at different LODs in one list. So that's what we're doing now. So we want it to be LOD1. LOD1 should always be the closest LOD, the top LOD, right? Chunks at LOD, I don't think that's even in use. We want the center, so chunk list, that's center. We also need in chunk list is going to need everything, so that means all of that. I don't think it needs anything else. Yeah, I don't think it needs anything else. It already has ID, yeah. Alrighty. So just going down the list here. Back, I had to do something. Alright, welcome back. So chunk list at the cam chunk. Yeah, we can just do that now. Dead center, and then we're calculating, and then we want to move it to the center. Center, okay. And then this was just debug. Hell, is my brain processing all the logic? I don't know, I just look at the code and do the code. Okay. So we're just gonna iterate like this, once again to max chunks list, like that now, and then we will just move everything over to chunk list. Here. Hopefully I'm not overlooking something in the implementation here. That would suck. I feel like I am missing something, but there's really not much I can do about it other than just continue and then figure it out later. Okay. So if we're inside the chunk, we want to check if the chunk list for i.lod1, we want to check against LOD1, and then we're updating LOD level. Yeah, I don't really think that this code is in use anymore, but might as well just replace it while we're here. That was annoying. Okay. We break out, otherwise we are already done. Okay, so we can get rid of this now. Okay, making our way down. Okay, so if already done, we increase, none of that changes. Now this replacement LOD thing, I don't think it matters, but whatever. Okay, so we set our job data like that. All of that should be the same. All of this should be exactly the same. Okay. And then there we add, that's fine. Okay, so can I run this right now? Absolutely not. It's in the middle of a giant refactor, so I'm sorry, but maybe soon. I cannot compile this in this state. It will like break my fucking computer. We're getting through it though. Okay. Why do I need the free LOD? Oh, right. Oh yeah, you just get this from the chunk list. Yeah, you just get that from the chunk list as well. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a big refactor. This will not work. It won't render anything right now. Yeah, this index I wonder if it's if we want that to be the actual like index. I think that this is No, yeah. This index, yeah. This index actually has to be the problem is, right, we have this count, right, which basically puts a cap on how many chunks we can have at certain LOD levels, right? And so if we are deleting a chunk at an earlier LOD level and we don't have it cached at that level, right, we're going to get rid of the lower one and then keep the higher one, and now our transitions are broken. So I'm trying to think here how I'm going to fix that. Because obviously if I only replace everything based on the higher LOD level, then we're never going to touch the lower entries. So I have no clue how to fix that. I have no clue how to fix that. I have no clue how to fix it. We could just base everything off of the higher LOD level. It's not pretty, but it's the only way I can think of doing it actually. So we're just gonna base everything off of the higher LOD level. Now we have to figure out this index thing, because is it based on this index or what? What do we use the index for later? We use the freeze f.index into, it should be going straight into chunk data. This is chunk ID. Yeah, so let's just go straight with I instead of this, because we need to know where it is in the global list. I need to figure out how we're gonna assign chunk IDs within LOD levels though. That's like obviously something that I have no clue how to fix. Yeah, this is hard. So we have this index, but then we go here when we're freeing, and now we inherit the other two LODs. Okay, technically that's possible. I don't know if it's gonna work though. Okay, so we go through the free count and we look at the score, the LOD, and if it all matches, then we go out, and then we want to, this is going to be chunk list indexed by that, and we inherit two IDs. And so we'll just use, yeah. This chunkless old thing, I think we can get rid of. And now we don't have to do any of this because we already get a chunk list entry based on the freeing logic. And so this chunk list is definitely our thing. Can I help me in one thing? If I choose hard project, how should I start? Just code it and look things up as you go. You know, if you have any questions or need help, then just let me know. Are you a model? I'm a model? I don't know if that's sarcastic, but yeah, that's funny. No, I'm not a model. So obviously we want to inherit the job data, but we don't have to do anything into this chunk list anymore because we're just replacing it always. So the thing is, so chunk list at the freeze f.index is going to dot center dot max dot min. We have to copy it in manually because they are different types now. Yo, what's up, Lou? Oops, how are you doing? I almost called you Loops. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why would I call you Loops? Hope you're doing good. Okay. I'm committing programming war crimes today, trying to get this LOD system to work. Okay, so now we have the center, the max, and the min set into here. We're also going to, of course, have to assert that this is not free. And now we can get rid of all of this because we don't care about any of that. We do want to okay, so if we are replacing it with a new LOD level, so if jobs I or jobs J, it's jobs I dot, no, it's job data. It is in job data, isn't it? Yeah, it is in job data. Job data J dot replacement index. Then we want to empty out the chunk list like so. Okay, and then we naturally do this for free. I've been working on my engine much. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're happy. Beginner 2D game Mario. Can I tell you what to focus on first? I'd say to try to like draw, you know, the Mario sky on the screen, you know, and then try like a block or two and try to figure out how to texture that, you know. That would be my first goal if I was to do that. So we definitely want the freeze F index for all of this. Amateur question, but I never seen any program writing stuff down for design project purposes. Is it a mistake to write stuff down? No, it's not a mistake. If you saw me earlier, that's literally what I was doing, right? I was like literally here making this struct out, you know, like writing what I was thinking about. Now, you know, doing like a lot of comments or stuff like that, like I never really do that just because I keep track of it like in my head or whatever, but you know, it's when I'm planning stuff out, like I do that, but not necessarily all the time. So okay, so we get this. We move the LODs up one. That's all good and dandy. And then the chunk ID we don't care about anymore because we're not using the chunk data. Now all of this stuff, we still need the new chunk boolean actually. God, I pressed I swear. If we need bool new chunk is false, new chunk is true. Touch TAA. I'll probably add a stencil pass for the alpha mask and depth projection. That's awesome. I was having some trouble with my bloom myself, and it was, you know, TAA. I could use some TAA myself is what I'm trying to say. I have a question. I really enjoy simulation development, but a lot of my simulations are done either in C++ and data processing in Python. I use TensorFlow and Python for data generation. Should I focus on more C or C# or C to do simulation development if I want to do this professionally? I don't know. I don't do it professionally, so you're kind of asking the wrong guy. Sorry. I wish I knew, but I wish I knew. That'd be pretty cool. So we do need a local chunk ID is kind of the problem. That is the problem because now we have the global ID, and that's actually going to be the freezef index. The problem is that we don't have the local chunk ID for the LODs themselves. I suppose though, I suppose we could use the chunk list.ids, but this isn't freezef index. No, this isn't freezef index. I wonder if the IDs always stay the same. I think I should eat. You tired? Yeah, I am kind of getting to that point, but if I take some time to eat right now, I'm gonna fucking not be able to remember anything. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, TA is really cool. It is pretty sick. Fuck, yeah, the IDs are the problem because now we don't know where things live in either LOD levels buffers. Yeah, I have no clue. This one's a tough one. This one's tough because you don't want to have it so that you can only have one child and one parent, you know? You need some system to handle it. Okay, here's what we do. Here's what we do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I might just like check through the chunk list to see if we have IDs that, or maybe we make an array of IDs that map them into the other buffer. Like a Boolean array of 3 slots. That's what I might actually do. Is that per, did I just? No. That per LOD level, we have a list of things. So let's just literally, it's just literally going to be chunk free list, and it's going to be indexed by LOD max chunk. So it's going to be just like that that chunk data list. Actually, we just reuse that chunk data list, and then yeah, let's just reuse that list. So let's initialize it here. I'm surprised that I don't have this initialized actually already, but this is the same like memory layout that I was about to do anyway, and I just realized that. So all we have to do now is that when we're assigning a new chunk, we just check at that at the LOD level if there is a free slot, and then if so, we replace it. Yeah, we just do that here. Yeah. So let's just literally for loop through the entire thing. So if we have a free here, then we will assign it. We want to be checking obviously only at our LOD actually. So let's just do that then. I don't know why I was doing that. So we want to do it for LOD 0 and the LOD 1. So if the chunk data, okay, fine. Fuck. Okay. I am hungry though. That is so true. Okay, so if it's free, then we will assign a new that ID for K. So chunk data LOD chunk list of dot ID 0 is going to equal K. We're going to replace freezef index with freezef index. That's what I just decided. I just decided I had enough of this, and now freezef index is going to not be freezef index. Oh fuck. That's what I decided. I decided I had enough of it, and it's going to be this. So, you're still at it? I am always at it. Alright, peace out, oops. I'm always at it. This is a different IDX. Oh, actually, yeah. So we now get the ID 0, that's going to be K, and now we need to do the same thing for LOD 1. And that is going to be ID 1 equals K. And we only want to create the new planet mesh, and now we'll be doing both LODs. Both LODs. We do need to do this first, though. So, really the LOD1 should always be LOD, and then this one should always be LOD -1. Always. And I don't know, or actually that should be LOD +1, yeah. But we gotta make sure that that doesn't go out of bounds. It's the problem. We're just gonna min it with LOD max. Absolutely. So now if the first one and the second one are the same, yeah, so let's just do this then. Then we will create a lower LOD version. Basically what I'm doing here, if you're just tuning in, I'm making it so that we have a back and a front buffer for every LOD, meaning that we have one at a higher LOD and one at a lower LOD, so that we can interpolate between them. That's basically what I'm doing. And the way I'm achieving that is I'm basically saying that we will always have the lower LOD one, just in case, right? Kind of doing some war crimes though, I'm not gonna lie. What am I missing? LOD in buffer. Oh, I never changed this to not have the thing in the header, huh? I never changed it to not have the thing. Sounds like a good design. I hope so. I just refactored the entire thing, so I feel like it's gonna break everything though. So I have like no idea. So this is gonna be chunk lit or just K. This is just K, which is the ID inside of the buffer, inside of the chunk data thing. Now I have to do this, which I have no clue how to do that. So when we replace it, we need to make sure that these get set to free. So we want to set chunk data at the chunk list LOD1 and the ID1 dot free equals true. so that the old ones get freed up in time. Now, I don't know if this is enough. I don't know if that's enough because we're only freeing them once. But I guess that's handled here. But yeah. So basically we only create things when we have space. Otherwise not. So we should set it to free. So let's just do this. Emitted equals false, and then like let's just do this. And then when we emit a mesh, we'll know. And you know, so we'll free it if we never emitted anything. Actually, we have to do this because so if not emitted, then we want to not only free the chunk list. Oh, but then we never have an ID 0 and an ID 1. Okay, well then that's fine. All right, good night. Have a nice night. So we set the center there. I wonder what how the min and the yeah, we set it here. And we don't care about that there. So okay. Okay. All right, so I think that's pretty much it. I have no clue if this is going to compile though. I've literally no clue. It's just like I've refactored just so much. I kind of just want to make sure that it compiles personally before we do anything else. So I'm just going to, we are just going to do the LOD1 stuff, right? And so let's put this back to its old binding locations. Let's go back to its old binding locations and try to do it. So I already started touching this stuff, but let's just put it back for the meantime. I just want to make sure that this does something. 9, 10. I think that matches what we had, right? 9, 10, yeah. And then the chunk SSPO. Hey, Tools. That's nice to see you. I'm doing some programming war crimes today. I hope that you're doing well and not what I'm doing right now. So I think we're good to go. I'm just gonna compile it and see. Probably going to segfault. I basically just coded for like an hour and a half straight. Okay, so init.c. Okay, yeah, so that's very true. We don't have 2 anymore. That was a bad idea. That's alright. We all have stinker ideas sometimes and then have to fix them. I've never seen anyone being as locked in as you are coding. I feel like I'm not locked in right now. I'm tired as shit. But I appreciate that. I feel like today is not a good sample of that. I'm kind of like foggy. I really need to like get a snack. Okay, so We aren't drawing anything. Oh, we are. Okay. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Here's something that we could try though. I don't think it's completely lost. I think it is somewhat lost, but we can still try. Yeah. So let's try ID 0. That might actually be -1. Just get a DoorDash and keep coding. Who's paying? You think that I'm... what do you think? $10? Man, that's fucking too much for me, man. I think that we might go out of bounds. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. I hate to see it personally. Okay. Okay, so we have to make sure that we haven't omitted this already, because that's what the problem was. That's exactly what the problem was. That we are omitting the same thing like 20 fucking times in a row. So we have to just make sure that that doesn't happen. Yeah, we also might have to do some like printouts to figure out what exactly is happening here. What was the need for that huge refactor? So I want it, so basically with the geometry the way as it is for the chunks, right? I want things to stop popping in, right? So when you're moving, I want like things in the distance to stop like visually popping into the LOD. The way I have to do this is I have to keep two versions of each chunk, right? One at the higher LOD and one at the lower, and then interpolate between them, right? So to do that, I had to make everything not by LOD, right? Now a chunk has two LODs. Yeah. So everything is still real time, but I need to cache lower and higher LODs on top of each other. So I almost think if I get rid of this, which is what updates the LODs, I want to see if this now works. Because this will stop updating LODs completely. It'll just cache at once. Or at least it should. Okay. Okay. Well, that's just not great. That's just not too great. Here's something. Let's go here and then I think it might be a problem with the chunk ID. Because if the chunk ID doesn't work, then nothing works. And right now, nothing works is the problem. If I had to guess what's happening right now, everything has chunk ID 0. Actually, I think, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Everything has chunk ID 0. Now, how do I not make that happen? Yeah, I thought that this was fine. If I do everything LOD1, I never set chunk data at that index to be, I never do that. So that might actually be it. It all got the same index, probably. Now, is that the only bug with it? Absolutely not. There's probably a ton of bugs with it, so I'm not holding out hope, really, at all. Okay, so that's less buggy now. It's definitely less buggy, but still, only one chunk is really rendering at once. It seems like I'm trying to like make sure it's only one. Yeah. Okay, got it. Freeze f.index. I mean, I'm just going to check right now because I have a sneaking suspicion that this index is just the same for everything. I feel like that's probably what's happening. It's either this index is the same or some data is getting duplicated somewhere. That's probably all. That's what would cause this. Okay, so we saw some indices. Okay, so we do see some indices. We do see a bunch of indices, actually. Do I set .free to false? I do. I do. Yeah, I set this here. And I set that there. I might have to look at the vertex counts themselves, because trying to figure this out without looking at the GPU stuff is probably going to be impossible. Maybe we should not be doing the free thing. Maybe we just try to like just go through all of the frees every time. Maybe we just like don't check for frees matching on LODs and being less than the score. Just like do that. It is annoying to do those types of comments in Helix. It's like you gotta do like space shift C or something. Okay, well, we're not drawing anything, but we are apparently emitting a lot of things. I'm trying to see under the water. Yeah, that's it's bizarre that we're not drawing anything specifically. So this max chunks LOD is the amount of the maximum chunks we can have at this certain LOD that this one is getting emitted at. Let's see if we're getting in here. Two things are either happening. We're creating the mesh and we can't draw it, or we're not creating the mesh and we can't draw it. There's one of those two things. So there's not a lot of things that it could be. So we do create meshes. We do. We just don't draw them. We send in K, we send in IDX as the global chunk ID. So all of that is good. And we have LOD level, LOD, yeah. We index this by chunk ID. I don't think that would cause it. We could read out the... None of this should do anything. None of this should do anything. Unless we were... Unless that shader was silently failing because we didn't... Okay, let's read it out then. Let us read it out, because if we're not reading it out, then we're kind of like shooting in the dark. I would love to have a GL. Oh, it's my lucky day. I have a GL subbuffer data here. Okay, so we're gonna get this, and then we're gonna printf count, just to see what the vertex data has inside. And this is going to be we're gonna have the chunk ID, global chunk ID, and the count, and this will tell us if we are getting vertices. I think that we're just not drawing it. Like, we're just not drawing it for some reason. Probably something stupid, like maybe we're freeing it or something. No, we are getting zeros. It's just all 0. Oh, we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0 for the local ID, for the chunk ID. Which is kind of fucked up, bro. Oh, wait, but we would still be drawing one chunk at least. We would still be drawing one chunk at least. Still be getting one. So the global ID or the local ID just never increases, which is bizarre considering that this yeah. Do I use RenderDoc? Rarely, to be honest. Should probably use it more, but it's not gonna help me here. Like here it's a logical issue. Like it's not a it's that this chunk ID is always 0. But yeah, this how many max what's my max chunks LOD is 8. So this will you know confirm that this K just never somehow this is getting set to free somehow, although maybe it's this. We shouldn't even have replacement index as a thing though. We already commented that out. Nothing should set it to free. And I initialize it 100%. I initialized this. We went through and set everything to free at the beginning, and the chunk list to free as well. Oh, LOD's set at yeah, we shouldn't be matching on LOD because that LOD might be just complete garbage. So we shouldn't be matching on LOD at all. we should not be matching on LOD at all. So let's just completely get rid of that. I don't think that that would cause the bug though. Something has to be setting it to free even though it shouldn't be free, or something like this. Maybe I initialized chunk data somewhere else actually. So now, well, I shouldn't have exited out there. We have a thing in the with shaders apparently. I saw it right before. No. Okay, well this is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, this is absurd. Okay, well this is okay, I guess we have to run it again because I didn't exit out, so that's annoying. You're gonna run out of shell history, yeah. So we are going through the K indices. It goes through all of them to emit meshes. It goes through every single one. Okay, so now it is creating new meshes. This one, 27, it has all the same index. It all has the same exact index. How could that be? It's very strange that we see all of these separately, but it may just be just use unlimited history. Yeah, I don't really have. I think mine is massive. The weird thing is that we start at 1 again, but I guess that this is for a different LOD level. Regardless, all of the vertex counts are 0. That's just the truth, is that all of them are 0. Every single vertex count is 0 no matter what. Which should not really be true. Okay, well let's see the locations then, just to see. I have no clue how many lines mine is. Absolutely no clue. I want to see what the center is to make sure that they're in valid locations, because no matter what, we should be generating mesh. And if we aren't, then that's a problem. We could also just like generate everything with LOD 0 just to see. Like, let's just hard code everything to 0. Or not LOD 0 because that's going to run out of space, but let's go LOD 3. Let's go everything at LOD level 3. Also, if we want to go like nuclear on this thing, I could just like actually hard coding this to 3 is probably a really bad idea. Not gonna lie. That was probably a really bad idea. Oh fuck. Dude, I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I didn't change anything in this shader, right? I didn't touch anything in this, right? Next, I kind of want to check all the shaders just to make sure that I didn't mess anything up here. No, I don't think I touched anything there. And here was when we were doing the density. And I didn't check to see what the centers were of the thing. It may be technically that those are in the air, and so okay. So they do create a bunch. So there's no way that they should all be 0. There's no way. Let's make sure that I'm offsetting it right and getting it out of the reading it back from the GPU correctly. And I didn't really double check here. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I don't want to have to sit here and fucking, here's what we'll do. We're going to just render one under the camera. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hard code it. It's the only way to figure out what the fuck is the problem right now. So there's really nothing else I can fucking do to figure it out. So check ID is going to be 0, 0, 0, and we will set chunk list yeah. It's annoying to have to hard code this, but whatever. Okay, that should be enough. Because I need to know if, you know, if the rendering is broken. If I fucked up the rendering somehow. Or if it's still in the chunking. Because those are two different problems. Yeah, it's not drawing. Is kind of the problem. This is actually giving us 21,000 though. This actually gives us 21,000. We just aren't drawing it. Because the other thing, I'm pretty sure we still have that hard coded at 3, don't we? Yeah. So this is actually, it was actually drawing. It's actually drawing. I'm pretty sure. I just hard coded that a while ago. Yeah. Okay, there we go. It's pretty cool to see it happen in real time again. This is how it used to be, like with all the weird artifacting. Kind of looks like a PS1 sort of thing. Anyway, okay, so we have sanity checked it now. We have sanity checked it. The drawing is fine. The chunking is not fine. The chunking is not fine. Hell yeah is not it, unfortunately. We don't need a while loop anymore. Charming PS1 graphics, yeah. Yeah, if only you could do that. You could probably fake it way easy. It's just like that generating that mesh in real time is actually so expensive. It's ridiculous. On my game engine I kind of faked it, but yeah. The thing is, these all point to different eyes, so it has to be. The thing is, we have to use K. We have to use K. Maybe let's check if our... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I probably should just like take a break to eat and decompress and then come back and figure it out, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is why I was worried about the thing. Like, when I was making it, I said, this is probably really sketchy what I'm doing here. I already set this to free in our init. What am I planning on eating? I'm not sure. Probably just some crackers. Damn, yeah, I've been here for a while, man. Fuck. Yeah, I need a re-up on the coffee too. Yeah. See, like nothing. If I go far, does anything happen? No. It's because I hard-coded everything to work. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Alright. I'll see you guys in a second. I think, honestly, I think chunks are getting set to free. Every chunk is getting set to free, and then they aren't getting overwritten or some shit like that. So, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. All right. I have no clue what the problem is. When I was over there taking a break, I was like thinking a bit. But yeah, I got no clue. Let's just talk about the overall data structure, okay? So we have this chunk list, okay, which is literally just a massive list from 0 to chunk list max, okay? Inside of this, we have chunk metadata, and it points to the LODs that it has, and the what is the other thing? And the ID, and also, yeah, just the ID. And the ID points to the chunk data, which is what says if the chunk is free or not. The reason why we have chunk data is because this is the array that tells us if we are out of chunks for a given LOD level, right? So chunk data is for each LOD level. It is an array across that just says which chunks are free so that we can replace them. Okay? So that's what that is. That is what that is. However, for some reason, we are not doing it. We're not doing it. I want to listen to something else. I think that's the common denominator here. That's the common denominator. Mark my words, I will finish this and figure this out today. I have to. It has to happen. What's the cam chunk looking like? Bro. Wait, what? Oh shit. Crime pays, but botany doesn't as a new video.
Repair, replace, and recalibrate
That's awesome.
anywhere you want. Go to SafeLight.com.
53 minutes ago. That's gonna be a banger.
Switch to a TurboTax expert.
It's this guy that he walks around like Texas, and he just like critiques all of the plants. Like he knows everything about plants. It's called Spiritually Depraved Landscapes of North America. I relate to it a lot as an American. I think that our places suck here. It sucks. Anyway, I feel like that is a large number. I don't know. Like, what do we think? Like, that's a pretty large number, don't you think? Medium sized? No, I mean, like, genuinely a huge fucking number, man. It's a massive fucking number. Like, let's just try it again and then just keeping me honest. I mean, 1200 is in my youth, I mean, incredibly large number. Okay, so this isn't as big. Now you have me thinking that, like, maybe it isn't as big. Now I don't really know why 24 and negative 36, like, those seem to be pretty large numbers, but alright, I mean, like, seriously? I mean, I'm just looking at a bunch of fucking nonsense, to be honest. Like, why is our chunk ID changing every fucking time? What? I feel like some funny business is happening. Also, why do we count up to 255 twice? Why do we count to 255 twice in index? That can't be right. That can't be right. Like, okay, here's what I'm locking in here. I'm locking in just this. I'm just locking in that. Just cut out the middleman, go straight to the source. Can't just blame inflation. I mean, I blame inflation all the time. Shit is inflated as fuck. Bro, I mean, like, they hate him because he spoke the truth. Okay, here's what I think. Okay, here's what I think. While we haven't omitted it, we just go down. We just do the huge. This is a fucking huge plan. I'm a genius. Okay, listen. So, if not omitted, then we gotta go again, but we're just gonna do, first of all, we gotta do this, like this, straight up, like that, and then just do this over here, like that, equal, plus equals 1, if that's not legal, then we got a problem. Then we got a problem. Okay, but then we just do this. Fuck off. Sorry, that was mean. You just do this, and you break out, and then you're home free. Then you're home free. I feel like I'm a genius. Alright, that has to be it. My money's on that. I put my money on that. I put my life on the line. Okay, but like, what the fuck are you talking about that doesn't fix it? Can't crash if you spin lock? What is a spin lock? Why is my encoding overloaded? The hell? The hell did I do? Okay, so the problem is that we're never freeing anything. Okay, we have to free, hold on. Okay, so the problem herein lies that okay, so if chunkless, okay. We gotta clear it out, you know? That is true. Holly? What's up, Holly? Infinite loop. Spin lock. That is a fancy word. I gotta initialize all this to -1. That's what I gotta do. Okay. We're just gonna set everything to -1. ID 1, this one, OD. The offsets don't matter. Alright, now this will surely work. Now that we are clearing out the old and replacing it with the new. Alright, let's lock in here. Let us lock in. Ah, nice root beer. Oh, and bring the other guy around and ah yes, we are drawing something, but now we are okay. We gotta get rid of the water, bro. Because I can't see shit. Yeah, we aren't. We ran out of drawing things. Lockworth Red doesn't go to sleep where it waits. I see. I have heard of that. Is that like something to do with like mutexes? Where you have like a spin lock or whatever? I don't think I've ever implemented that myself, unless I can't remember. But I have heard of that. Yeah, it's a bad implementation of a music. Yeah, I thought that it was like you could have a mutex with like 4 like spin lock slots or something like that. I don't really remember. ID 1 equals K. Okay. I don't understand why. It should only be ID 1. It should literally only be ID 1. Oh, I see. I see. So you need this to be... You can't just check this here. No, you can't just check it there. Sometimes used in embedded programming? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so what I did here is that like we're just looping. Yeah, I think that we just run out of slots at some point with like bad data that gets stuck, I guess. But the idea behind the system is that every time we take a new chunk list, we always check if it had something in it, and then we free that thing. But I guess that we just always are replacing the first ones because I got rid of this. And so, are all the slots supposed to be valid at all times? Not technically, but for debugging, I tried to make it so that's the case. But basically it works on this system here, where it tries to find a something with a score that's less than the job score. And if it can't find, then it goes down to the LOD below. But But yeah, the problem is that the frees are it needs to be with our given LOD actually. Yeah, okay, so this can't go by the chunk list. We actually have to iterate it the other way. We have to iterate it based on the LOD and based on we have to iterate it based on LOD and then convert to the chunk list later. Because the free list has to be aware of the slots per each LOD, otherwise it won't work. So we actually have to look at the chunk data here, because that's our actual thing. And so yeah, because we need slots for each LOD, even if... Yeah, okay. So you don't want to go by chunk list min. No. You don't want to go by chunk list min. Unless we have to, maybe we have to link them then. Maybe we have to link them then, like that. And now every time, this is very complicated now, but now every time we, this is if it's not free anyway. So every time we do this, linking them to, then we have to set chunk ID equal to IDX to link them. Free list? Yeah, it's pretty scary. What I'm doing here is pretty fucking horrifying, to be honest. I have like no clue what is going on anymore, but that's alright. Hey Ian. Oh my god. Believe it or not, this did work until I wanted, basically now a mesh needs to have 2 LODs per mesh at the same time, so I kind of had to uproot everything, so that's why we're kind of in pain. I'm short a yes. Now is this going to solve our problems? No. No, this was definitely not the bug. This was definitely not the bug. But we do need to check for the LOD to match. That is absolutely necessary. And then once we find an LOD match, then we no longer have to do this down here. We don't have to do this anymore. And instead we know that we matched. So now instead of that we use the free list K to do it. Right. Now to find our chunk list, to find which one we are in the chunk list, that's what we have to actually check. That's what we have to check. We have to find a slot in the chunk list because it's way easier to find a slot in the chunk list than it is to find something in here. So that's what we'll do up here, and then if somehow we can't, then that's fine. But the chunk list should never be full as well. So the chunk list is massive. So now we can get rid of this, and now this freeze K is going to be the K, what we knew previously as the K. So if we have stuff in the chunk list previously, we need to clear it. That stays the same. What we need to do is this, which just links them both via K, and then the K is not free, and then the K gets the chunk ID. Okay. I mean, that should work. Freeze K equal to LOD. Yeah. Okay. I'm with it. I'm with it all the way. I feel like this one's good. I feel like this one's good to ship. Basically, we were iterating one list to find a free slot. That was way harder to find a free slot than just iterating the other list. Oh, yes, and it works. I'm a brilliant. Yes. Okay, so we aren't replacing LOD. So obviously everything is just like super low poly. And we will probably run out of LODs. And it is kind of laggy. Like, what's the frame problem? The frame is very, very long for some reason. Whatever. Nice indeed. Thank you for the nice. Okay, so now we have to figure out how to replace them, right? So also we were missing chunks of geometry, but let's not even fret about it. I think it's because when it can't find anything, it just goes kaput. Yeah, because we're probably not replacing things based on LOD. So this does this now. So we update the LOD index. Yeah, I was wondering why we're missing chunks of geometry. Actually, I feel like we gotta solve that first. I have no clue why that would happen, other than it just never finding an LOD slot, which I feel like it should always find a slot. Also, we set it to free. When do we set a chunk list slot to free? We don't, do we? We just reuse them. Okay, well that's probably the problem. That is probably the problem. Oh shit. Okay, here's what we do. So we get the K, and now we need to set the if chunk data indexed by the oh, also this LOD1, do we change it here? We just LOD++, but we don't actually, yeah, so we need to make sure that chunk list by idx dot LOD1 equals LOD. So that's very important. So the chunk data indexed by the LOD and the K, the chunk ID here, if this doesn't equal -1 and it's linked to something, then we have to set that chunk list to free. The amount of like intertwining of this is just so cursed. It's really fucking cursed. This is like ridiculous. Okay, so that should solve the current issues. Hold on, let's make sure we aren't doing this. I just want to see if the current issues resolve themselves. Okay. So it does seem like we have some fighting between them. But I want to see. Interesting. Interesting. The way we solved this before was if freeze score was less than the job score, but I guess this isn't working anymore. And we are setting the min and the max, right? Yeah. We are. And it's based on cam pause. It's from the center to the cam pause. Maybe this is wrong. If they aren't correctly linked together, then it could just be like referencing garbage there, I suppose. Like we do set the chunk ID to IDX, but oh, actually, hold on a second. Do we never set ID1? No, we do. We set it to K. We do. So they are linked together. And this should always reference here, which has the min and the max. should. If I had to guess that's why, what's causing it is that they're fighting for being in with the camera or not, and so they're fighting each other and getting replaced every time. But one should win the race, basically. One should win it. Yeah, I'm trying to think what could be happening. Like where it's creating it one frame, but then getting rid of it the next frame. Like, that would have to mean that the free score isn't the same as the job score, which actually doesn't make any sense. Because they're both chunk pause minus cam pause. Although I guess within frustum does something, but also both of them should be within frustum, and that was never a problem before. Yeah, I should be checking. Okay. That really didn't work at all. So that was not great. I could log min and max, but it's just gonna give me like too much fucking data. That's kind of the problem. What sets that chunk list to free? This. I wonder if this is setting it to free. Yeah, I don't know. I guess so. I guess it goes through and then it finds inside chunk already done, and then it skips it, and then it gets freed otherwise, and then it gets freed within here, and then not replaced. But I mean, I don't really know how I avoided that beforehand, other than, like, because freeze score less than job score means that the job is always going to be more important, but let's try this, I guess. I just want to see something here. Oh wait, no, don't do this. Do this. I just want to see if we don't keep going down in LOD levels, if something turns out okay. Yeah, it took me a while to get this right in the beginning with the flashing in and out, but now it seems to be. Also, the reason why it's so laggy is I think we're now it's, yeah, it's doing half and half. Did I hard code something at some point? Maybe I did. I'm drawing everything LOD1. The reason why it's so laggy, by the way, is we are doing Jill get buffer sub data, that's why. But yeah, we're getting half and half. So basically what's happening is that one frame we emit, you know, all these chunks, and then the next frame they free those same chunks to make room for the other chunks. But the job score should never be more than the free score. Ever. Oh, that's why. I wrote a mistake there. That would explain quite literally everything. That is probably what's happening. Yeah, I had the wrong center. So everything was being calculated based off of an incorrect, you know, thing. Now there is fighting in the distance. Are we getting rid of geometry behind us? We are. There we go. Yeah, it's getting there. It's just I don't really know how to solve the stuff in the distance. It just literally is that they just are fighting with each other. I mean, like a cheap way of solving it would just be to like bump this up to like 80 or whatever, you know, at like 4 or whatever, but like that's not really an actual solution. Yeah. I mean, let me see here. So creating new mesh. So this is 1570 to 1530, and then it's like the same exact ones, 1577, 1597. So it's basically just freeing them. Chunkless IDX doesn't equal -1, then we do this. I'm pretty sure that this is what's causing it, is that we get a free chunk list thing, but then we get rid of the chunk data. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, I think you can only do one of these. I think you can only do either this or that. I don't think you can do both. I don't think you can do both. That might be it. That was like an old piece of code that was, you know, around for no reason really. Like an idea that I had like hours ago. Okay, there we go. Figured it out. Okay, so half of the battle is done. The interesting thing though is that all of this stuff is at incredibly low LOD, which is also pretty concerning. Like it's at such low LODs that we don't even have collision. So the reason for that is because we aren't replacing anything. So yeah. So to replace stuff, we have to do this, right? Is that if the LOD level doesn't equal LOD 1, then we set this. And then down here we know that we're got it drawn again. Yeah, it's working again. It just needs, we need to be updating our LOD levels instead of just replacing them, right? And so that's what I'm trying to figure out now. So we know we're updating based on here. So that's a different case, right? Because we want to we want to find that match. We have this I which matches here. So it's going to be a special case here. So it's going to be if job data j dot replacement index doesn't equal -1, then we already know what the other chunk list is. It's an I. So we got to figure out some things here. Okay, so so the old is going to equal job data j dot replacement index, and then if chunk list old dot id doesn't equal -1, then we have to free the old id. Free old lowest LOD, right? So we have to look that up in chunk data actually, based on the chunk list old dot LOD 0. That stuff we haven't even got to yet with the LOD 0 stuff, but this is, we have to deal with these cases now. Is going to, you set this to free because we are now giving it a new LOD, right? And now the chunk list for old dot id 0 equals what was id 1, and then the LOD 0 equals LOD 1, and then chunk list old. What else do I have to change here? Nothing. We can assert free equals false. Okay. So that's that, and now we know which chunk list we're going into, so we can break this. Oh, wait a second. That's annoying. That is annoying. Okay. We can only do the replacement if we find a slot at our given LOD. Right, so that's why I have this, right? Right, that's why I have this here. So if we are replacing and our LOD doesn't come back true, then we can't replace, right? And so we just skip it, right? So really this has to happen after, because you don't want to edit it before you go through. So you just do that after. So IDX equals old in that case. Because you need to have chunk data, yeah. I think that should just work. So let's just try it. This should make it you know, start popping in again to different LODs. Yeah, so it is working, right? So you see the detail happen sooner, but we do have some popping in and out that you do see again. So there is that. I don't know why my encoding is being weird on my other computer. I think I have too many tabs open. Yeah, so we get some flashing in and out. I wonder if it's this. Let's try that. Okay, yeah, so it was that. Oh. No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, the same thing is happening. Does look smoother. Yeah. I haven't really implemented any of that yet though. I'm just trying to get it to that point. Yeah, I haven't really implemented any of the smoothing yet. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. It has to be something with what we just added. Hey, what's up, Luca? Nice to see you. I'm alright. I'm working on this like chunking system right now. It's going fine, I guess. But wait, hold on. LOD1. Hold on a second. What is the LOD1? Oh, I put it here. That's fine. That is completely fine. Do not use a VTS. What is a VTS? What is a VTS? It's just honestly how I work, to be honest. A version control system? I have backups, yeah, but like I don't like pushing to Git all the time. Like personally, I just don't. It's like whatever. I've never like been that big of a fan. Also, like if I ever need to like run back changes. I would much rather just like comment things in and out. I guess it's just a personal thing. It doesn't really bother me. But I can see how it would annoy people. I get like a lot of people that say that, yeah. I suppose we could also technically free the chunk data for this. Because we aren't using it. Git is useful even if you don't push it anywhere. Yeah, I guess I never like. I mean, I only know like the you know. Yeah, maybe I should. People tell me to use it locally. Yeah, dude, like. Trying to think, like, it's getting like deleted on when it gets emitted. We do have textures now. Losing hours of progress due to a crash. I guess, I don't know. I've never like had that with it personally. So our replacement index always. This makes sense every time. You're a 12-year-old doing it. Yeah. I don't know, I save pretty frequently, but I mean, yeah. Oh, hold on a second. It needs to also... This chunk data also needs to... Maybe? Maybe? Maybe that needs to also be -1, but also it... No, it shouldn't. Yeah, I have no fucking clue. Hold on a second. So this, with this, does this possibly free the same thing that this allocates? Java, not even once. I learned the Java. Java's alright, man. Java gets so much hate, man. Java gets so much hate. Java gets so much hate. Java gets so much hate by people that like code in JavaScript all day. It's the same people that are like, oh my god, Java's like public static main void. It's pretty funny, like Java is such a verbose language for no fucking reason. Literally no fucking reason. I don't understand why. It makes no sense to me. Oh, maybe it was because of this. Maybe because I was setting everything to -1. I Java and I code in C. I mean, see, you have it validated. If anybody hates on Java just because it's cool to hate on Java and you don't actually code in something that it isn't a non-garbage collected language, then you're just like a fucking loser. I don't know. Alright, we just crashed the computer. That's what happened. So we just crashed the computer. So that was cool. Yeah, it's crashed. Okay, we're good. We're chill, we're chill. We're chill, we're chill. Rather code in Python than Java? Yeah, I feel like you're not being serious, to be honest. At least fucking Java has types. Like, bro, don't even get me started on the fucking... I can't, bro, I can't. I fucking can't with that.
There is a forest beyond human reach, where chainsaws never echo.
Python is types that just don't do anything. Yeah, Python is on this fucking shit where it's like, you can just like, be like, let. What the fuck is let? What is that? Imagine you're telling your program to do something and you type let. Let it do what? What? Let? No, B. Like what? What is let? You fucking like I'm doing a proof in math class. Let. Fuck off. That's not real. That's not programming, bro. That's not programming. That's not programming. Oh man. It's a hint. Yeah, exactly. It's a hint. Like what? That's just crazy. Okay, I have no clue why we just crashed the computer. That just... I mean, like when I got rid of this, we crashed, which is very interesting considering that that does nothing. But yeah. Sig mentioned. Could it be this? But this requires it to work. This is required to work. For sure. No, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. It isn't. No. That's completely not necessary. In fact, that's like probably bad. That's probably very bad. Actually, no, that's required for it to work. That's actually 100% required for it to work because it needs to free the other one. Wait, why does it kind of work though? Why is there no flashing anymore? Okay. Okay, but like... Okay, but... Okay, but so it's this cannot be correct, but it is what's causing the flashing. So if the chunk ID doesn't equal -1, then the chunk list. Oh. Wait, no. Oh, it's so fucking confusing. Okay, because now two different chunk datas can point to the same chunk list because of all this fucking nonsense. So us going into a chunk list and freeing it can't really happen because, yeah, we might be freeing the other one. What we should do though, fuck. Okay, so we just do. Okay, we're just gonna do if chunk. This is gonna be cursed as fuck. If the chunk list with that. Yo, what's up, Max? Dev space nowadays, you either surrender to Java or surrender to TypeScript and become a full stack. I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna do that. I'd rather die. I'll probably will die. You know, but like, yeah, I don't know. That sounds fucking stupid as fuck. If the ID 1 doesn't equal K. Doesn't equal K. Yeah. So if this is not the only one, then Yeah, then we can free it. Then you can free it. Oh, no. If it, yeah. Yeah. Somehow I managed to make a preliminary version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Does it have like the fucking blue stuff all over the place? Isn't it blue? It's like blue and... It's like blue and stuff? Yes, I figured it out. I'm a genius. Yes. Yes. Brother, it doesn't even have a UI. Well, bro, it's gotta look like... Alright, so there is some... I feel like there is some bugging out. Still. Yeah, there is. Oh, it's rare, but it is happening still. It's rare, but it is happening still. It just barely works. You're... That's the story of my life. I came out of the womb and they were like, it barely works, man. This shit barely works. Oh, cool. I love Google Gemini. Shout out Gemini. But that's cool. Let me know when I can play it. You got that shit up on GitHub. Someone else is using that chunk. If anyone else is using that chunk. This is what this is kind of doing. But yeah, so the chunk list, right, can be referenced by 2 chunk datas. So I guess we could scan through it, but it'd be pretty expensive. So ID 1 equals K. Yeah, the scary thing is half of this is like unimplemented yet, so I'm worried that that stuff is what's still causing it. But code the lifelines? Yeah, bro, you gotta put me in the phone a friend. I'm gonna be the phone a friend. Yeah, it still is doing it. You're gonna hard code the phone a friend via Java question. I know nothing about Java. I would like hang up the phone. Yeah, so this, hold on. Let's just do else. Else we free it, and that's the end of it. Yeah, because you never want to free it if it's a... Fuck. No, it still is doing it. It's very rare. I almost think that it's probably just like a fighting thing where it's like fighting with other chunks to survive. That sort of thing. Oh, what the fuck is that? What? What? Yeah, I don't think that you can do that. I just feel like this is way too risky of a thing to be doing, to just go to the chunk ID and then free this random chunk list, just because, I mean, technically it should be. No, I think I had the right idea first with this, where you just free it if it's ID 1, but I have a feeling that we're freeing stuff that just got allocated or something. Like during the same frame. But no, but it wouldn't point to the same place. No, it wouldn't point to the same place. If I can do, dude, yeah, I'm telling you, that's a genius idea. Put it up on Steam. I mean, I would play it, to be honest. I would want to beat ChatGPT's ass in this thing. Okay, I might not be able to figure this out. My brain might be too shot to figure this out right now. I may just not be, I may not be capable of doing it. Like we free the old one. Tried to make the game through a Gemini. Generated the first question wrong? Dude, not my AI, bro. You try OpenClaw, bro. White Claw, bro. Come on. Not my AI. I know nothing about what I'm talking about, by the way. I just like hear what I fucking see on my recommended feed or whatever. I have no clue what any of that shit means. Thank God, you know? So let's just run through it. So if the LOD level matches right, then we... No. You're being silly. You're being silly. This is supposed to be LOD level. Wait, hold on a second. Am I cooked in the head? I'm searching equals LOD, so this LOD. Don't free it. Don't free it. Don't free it, and just make sure that it is freed at the end. Make sure that it is freed at the end. Yes, this is it. 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 Where's my already emitted thing? Fuck. Alright, here it is. Okay, so that works. And then we just set it free. Yes, 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 exactly. 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 So don't free it, just wait for it to be freed. Now, how do you deal with a case like this, where we get this chunk data? Yeah, you don't want to free that either. You gotta trust the process, and that's gonna be freed all in due time. You can't free that manually. I'm gonna play your game when it comes out. Who wants to be a millionaire? I do. I want to be a millionaire. I want to be a gajillionaire. Okay, fixed it, I think. Okay, fixed it. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Well, I mean, it just doesn't seem to have its priorities right, you know? Yeah, I have no clue. Oh, whatever, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know anymore. God, I wanted to get this done because this is so doable right now. It's just the neurons in my brain are just not being able to, not connecting it together. Maybe just you probably don't have to do any of that. Probably just set it to the replacement index. Oh, do I not must emit? Oh, I don't must emit it down here. Alright, peace out, Max. Show me that game later, bro. I need to sleep early today. Nasty headache. Yeah, bro, go take a nap, bro. Do what I want to do. Take a nap for me. Let me get the nap into my brain. And then I'll be able to figure out the bug. Just gotta have the nap inside of my brain. Just need the nap inside of my brain. Just need to nap inside of my brain. Just need to nap inside of my brain. Alright, peace out, Max. Shout out web development. This is probably yeah, that's not correct. It's almost like they have the wrong bounds. It's almost like they have the wrong bounds. The replacement index doesn't equal -1. Almost feels like they have the wrong bounds. If job data J, that's let's test this. This is not the right thingy. That's what I think. Oh, chunk list full. Oh. Yeah, I should be reading the printouts. Chunk list full would cause the problem. That would probably okay, so I did not get a this is not the thingy anywhere. Hold on. We need to also free the chunk list for it. Yeah, I think that this must emit thing is bad. I think that it's bad. Now with our current setup, I think that it's really bad. I don't think that you want to be doing that. I don't think you want to be doing that at all. And you can't be freeing, because then you might free something that hasn't been dealt with yet. Yeah, I don't know. I think that this should be absolutely legal for you to do. I don't really know why it doesn't work. That should be completely legal for you to do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of clocked out of the whole thing. I kind of ran out of steam a while ago, but yeah, I was kind of bummed out about it. I don't know. Whatever. I know I'll figure it out if I sit here long enough, but I probably should just like give it a break, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's when it's updating the LODs, like as you can see when I get closer to things, they start disappearing. When it tries to update LODs, it just sometimes disappears the chunks. Like, see? Like, it sometimes just disappears. The chunks, so. And now chunk list full means that all of the chunks have now been filled, which should never happen. So there's that. It should always use the old index. Should always use the old index. So this continuing to grow just doesn't make sense when this is always going to use the old index. Like, obviously this is what's causing it, right? Because if you get rid of this, if you get rid of that, then all of a sudden everything should work again. Oh no, it won't because of this. So everything's not going to work. But stuff stops disappearing now. But we gradually get slower and slower and slower and slower until we run out of chunks because, yeah. Chunkless full. Right, because I guess without this, then we are emitting chunks again and again and again, even if they're the same. Job data J. Yeah, just setting the index to the old one should just like work. Should theoretically just work. Like, I think the fact that it's hitting the max chunk list is also a problem, though. Yeah, what this was supposed to solve back in the day was that you had a chunk that needed to get emitted, or else you wanted it cleared because there was technically supposed to be nothing there. So you had a list that checked, you know, if it was done yet or not, but. Doesn't make sense. What, like, how could the chunk list fill up if Oh, okay. Okay, I see. 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 Okay. 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 Chunk data indexed by LOD. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I figured it out. Okay, so you need to reuse these. Even though chunk data is supposed to be now separate from chunk list, you still need to, of course, reuse them. Okay, that should fix it, actually. That should fix it. Okay, well that obviously didn't fucking fix it. Like, what? Yeah, sure. What? I may not init it to -1. That may be what's happening. I don't think I'd init it to... I don't think I init it to -1. So it may just like never hit -1. And everything got 0 from the beginning. I hope that it's that. Else I would be really bummed out. Yeah, okay, nice. Okay, so we see some popping. But the main thing is that the geometry is now not... Okay, so we have chunks that are emitting on top of each other. And the flashing. But the main thing is that we're not running out of chunks, I think. Although we have high indices, we should not be running out of chunks. Okay. Yeah, so we aren't running out of chunks anymore, which is good. Okay, but we of course have the issue of chunks obviously staying even though they're supposed to be deleted, so that's fine. We should be deleting the ones behind us. We are. Okay, so that's good. That is good. That is really good. Okay, but this is the part that needs to IDX equals old. That's important. That is very important. And then this would be how we do it. But I just want to see with IDX equals old. Now we are replacing our chunks. I just want to see with that without doing anything else. Because I know that I comment back in one too many lines and now everything's gonna be fucked. Okay. Everything is about the same. We're pretty much generating each mesh every time. So there's also that. Because we don't really have already done. We do actually. So let's try doing the must emit thing again to see. This should get rid of some of the duplicate geometry. Okay. So let's see. No, it's still there. In fact, a lot of it is duplicate geometry. Like this isn't supposed to look like that. Not at all. That's fine. Yeah. So this isn't working. My already emitted is fine. And I do have the must emit, right? Yeah, I do. We try this now, I guess. What this is going to do is it's going to delete the last one when we are replacing it. So it's going to free the last mesh. So when I get this done, I'm never touching this fucking code again. Jesus Christ. This is awful. This actually looks kind of like how it's supposed to look, actually. kind of surprised, to be honest. Oh shit. Oh shit. Um, huh. Okay. So basically what happened there was that we freed it and then didn't fill it. Ever feel like the ground just disappears from underneath my feet? I guess so. I guess that's how I coded it. Yeah, let's try that. Maybe that was freeing it, because that's literally what that does. Actually, yeah, that would probably make a lot of sense if we were replacing it and then it just went through and deleted it anyway. That would make some sense. Okay. This is not. That's an empty. Okay, so here's what we learned, that this piece of code does not like to work. So chunk list old .lod1 and .id1 free equals true on that chunk data is not what we want to do, I guess. I guess this makes sense, because this actually, yeah. So never mind, this isn't, you don't even want to do this. All you want to do is this. That's literally all you want to do. You don't have to free anything. You do have to free ID 0, but ID 0 isn't even going to be in use anymore. But yeah. Okay. But then how do I get rid of the duplicate geometry is the problem. Like, we still have duplicate geometry everywhere. Is it this now? Is the chunk data with the LODK? That chunk ID. I mean, I guess we could try it. We did initialize it to -1 now, so that should actually work, although we should always be getting something that is a valid thing. Should always be getting one that's empty anyway. Yeah, we still have duplicate geometry everywhere. Yeah, everything is like duplicated. Yeah, now that. Yeah, I mean. Maybe it's this again. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Oh, right, we already dealt with that with this. We already dealt with that there. So that code did nothing. So then how do we get rid of the duplicate geometry then? How do we get rid of it? Oh. I think I may be circling around to the correct thing here. I think our vertex counts might be incorrect. I think we may be zeroing the incorrect vertex counts. Yeah, so we have this K and this LOD1. And we zero this based on the chunk ID. And then we draw with that. Hold on. Let's try drawing not based on the max chunk list, but on this instead. Let's try drawing just with this instead. Because it should theoretically be equivalent, but it may reveal something here. Even though chunk list should be true, then no, it's the same thing, actually. It's the same thing. Because we're basically just leaving stuff lying around without cleaning it up, without specifying that it's free. We need to be setting something as free that's not being set as free. IDX equals the chunk ID. Oh shit, sorry. Oh shit, sorry. I fucking slammed the mic by accident. When we're updating something's LODs, it does make sense to go down to the lower LOD and destroy it. Like, it 100% makes a lot of sense to destroy it. Like, that has to make sense. I do wonder if this chunk data, chunk ID, points to something else, like to another chunk list. So you could just do, if if this doesn't equal -1, then we no, that can't be right. That cannot be right. You have to be fucking kidding me. There's just no way that's the no. What? What? What the fuck are you talking about? What is that? What is that code? What is that code? That is cursed. That is so cursed. But what if that's it? What if we just needed to go back one layer and then free that? And then free the chunk data like that, yeah. The problem is, I think, that this ID1 might now go to a correct chunk. Like, this might not, because of the way things are ordered, right? This LOD in ID1 might already have been these might already have new data in them. Do you feel what I'm talking about here? So, although never mind, because then how would you get, how would this chunk data hit this? Get that? No, you know what? I think it's either this or we go back to the must emit. I think that it might be the must emit. Might have to be it. But I don't know why the must emit isn't working. I'm not following, but you're probably right. Yeah, that's alright. It is kind of like, you know, I've made my bed and now I need to lay in it sort of thing. If you catch my drift. Okay, so we did have some popping in and out there, but okay, so yeah. So now we have officially lost the plot. Officially lost the plot.
Kroger always gives you more ways to save, like low prices in every aisle. Plus, you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the app and earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. Discover more ways to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
When dry eyes need a boost,
Blink. Ready, set, blink.
up to 10 hours of relief to help you keep
Yeah, I think. Fuck.
every blink.
Yeah, I have no fucking clue. I'm probably like really close to it, but I have no fucking clue. It definitely has to do with freeing the old thing. Freeing the old chunk data. However, I need to do it afterwards. I need to free it here. 100% I need to free it here. And you would love to be able to do this because this is what you want. So if we didn't emit it and we must emit it, that's the thing. How about this? Let us only draw LOD1 if chunk data L chunk list local ID Okay, so if that's also free, then we're gonna continue because there's no data there. But I mean, that's not gonna stop things from fucking disappearing. That's the problem. That is the problem. That's the problem. All right. Yeah. I think it just got stuck in like an infinite loop, which is really not great. What if it's this? What if this is why shit is disappearing? If it's just like running out of space and it won't do it at a low LOD. It should absolutely evict things at lower LODs. But maybe I think somehow the higher LODs are just like not getting replaced or evicted. Okay, this is apparently fucking oh. Okay, well that's why we're seg faulting. Never mind. We're seg faulting because I'm stupid. Yeah, that's probably what it is. That's probably not the best way to do that. What I should do instead Holy shit, the lag is crazy. Okay, well that actually did not solve anything. So, fuck that, I guess. I don't know. That's an empty slot right there. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm pretty tired, so I think I'm gonna call it soon. I have been here for way too long, and honestly, the last few hours, I mean, I can't figure it out, so I need to take a rest. But I'll probably figure it out later tonight, or in the morning, or whatever. With this sort of thing, it just, it just needs fucking time to figure it out, I guess. Like, Like if we take the chunk ID from this chunk data, no, we absolutely have to. We absolutely have to evict the old chunk data. In that case, because we've already gotten a new chunk ID. Wait, but yeah, this should be on the must emit list. It is. And so you just free it at the bottom in here. That should be equivalent. It should be the same. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay, okay. If we are replacing, then the chunk data, then the chunk list with this IDX equals, and then you free it. Yeah. If the chunk list at that IDX is free. Yeah, then it makes sense, but is it really? Do you want to free it? You probably do want to free it. Because then otherwise you're gonna slowly run out of slots, I guess. Maybe. Ah, god damn it. Oh no, it recovered. Okay. Okay, so there it is, okay. It's not perfect. In fact, it's far from it. But there are no holes anymore. It is very imperfect though. And it is creating a lot of extra meshes in a frame. Like, look at this. That is insane. That is insane. So we have to figure that out. I wish I could see the LODs. That's what I want to do now. Because they have to be large LODs to be causing that much lag. So let's just actually see what the LOD1 is. That's I want to see how many of them are at LOD0. I feel like probably all of them are going to be at LOD0. And all of them are getting evicted, and then we're doing LOD0 again every fucking frame. That's what I'm assuming. It also only seems to start lagging after a while. So I'm just gonna jump around for a while and then wait for it to start lagging. Okay. Nothing. All of this for the for the jumping in and out to still be a thing. Okay, there we go. Some major lag here. So four or five different meshes at LOD0 just got created in one frame. 23 millisecond frame. That should never happen. And we're at 12. Yeah, it is. That is in range, but I think some are kind of far, but is it actually 72? I think the size is like 12. I feel like that's a bit far now. I feel like that's a bit far. What is my calculation? Chunk world size plus chunk world size divided by 2. That can't be in range. There's literally no way that that's in range. No way. Chunk world size is 12. There's no way that that's in range. Absolutely no fucking way that's in range. There's no way. Negative 130, negative 13.2. That's way fucking off. Way off. Way off. How could it get to LOD 1 to LOD 0? I kind of want to just check the math on this. And then down here, let's just keep track of J as well, so that we can know which job is which. Yeah, so the dist is like 18, right? Because it's 12 plus 12 times 12 divided by 2, so it's 18. That should never be in range. Never. Why does it cap at 340? Oh, I guess we were... No, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. I was just trying to wait for it to lag a little bit, but why is MC taking so long? Why is MC taking so long? It's 1 at 0, 1 3 3 3 3 should not be that hefty of a load for it to do. But we are doing the same one, three frames in a row. By the way, that's what we just saw there. We are lagging a lot, so that's why I stopped it. One, 4, 5. 0.1. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what the lag is coming from. That's what I'm trying to figure out now. It says that it's marching cubes that's lagging. I think it's just doing double the work sometimes. It's like evicting things that it then recalculates. I think that that's probably what's happening. That's why we have all of the glitching out too. Yeah, right there. I feel like we didn't have this before. I feel like it really wasn't this bad before in terms of the lag. Like, this is ridiculous. But I mean, look at how much we're doing in a frame. This is way too much work. Way too much. And once again, look at this. We're not even close to it. We're not even close. And we're doing it at LOD 0. Huh. I think our LOD level is somehow becoming different from the job LOD level, and that's not good. I think that's also the fact that we have this many jobs standing still is kind of worrying. It's not supposed to be happening, obviously. Have I? How have I done that? There's actually so many. How many jobs you're creating? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's so true. It's not supposed to be this many jobs. Interesting. Maybe you do have to do this. This kind of worries me because then it's like we're freeing something that we may not be even supposed to touch, but that's ridiculous. We're not supposed to have that many jobs a frame. Before we would just have a few. I didn't really expect this to be this big of a problem, to be honest. I didn't. But it's like we're recreating everything every frame, pretty much. Is what it seems like. Yeah, that was pretty laggy. Because when you turn around, it has to... Yeah, there we go. There, it had to do multiple ones in one frame, so it lagged a lot. Three. 84, 48, 12. $48, $60, $12. That makes sense. 84, 96, 60. 80. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way that that is close to the camera. No fucking way. No fucking way. What job is this? This is job 3. 3 does not... 3 is not that. Three is not on the job list. Three is not on the job list. See, it is 3. So 96, 96, 60. Not anywhere near the camera. What? What? And apparently there's an error too. Apparently there's an error. Here. Every time. I have no clue. This is fucking bizarre now. This is fucking bizarre. LOD1 equals LOD. The only other place LOD changes is here, but we only add. We only add. So there's nothing that would make it go down. Unless I don't ever... I do set jobs to 0. I do set jobs to 0, but that means that, yeah. Okay, well maybe that is active. Hold on. Let's set jobs to active then. We never did that, I guess. Okay, so jobs job count dot active equals true, and then if okay, let's see. No, we won't do jobs that aren't active jobs. Okay, we still are doing way too many fucking jobs, that's for sure. $164. 36 0 negative 12. That's not a thing, by the way. This one's with LOD2 though. No, never mind, that's fine, it's LOD2. What was causing the lag here? 0 negative 12 12 negative 60. Negative 12 12 negative 60. That's not anywhere near the fucking camera. Once again, 4. Yo, what's up, Pentium? $255. This one is near the camera, but this one isn't. This one isn't. 02460. Nowhere near the fucking camera. So, are you telling me that we just do jobs regardless if they matter or not? Or, like, that's not even a valid... That's not the correct LOD level for that chunk. Hold on a second. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Never mind, never mind. The ID one has to... It does get assigned. It does get assigned. Yeah, I don't understand why that is happening. Like, let's just not replace anyway, so let's just do this and let's just see what the debug output says then, and without any replacing LODs. I have no clue about that, about why that's not a... So it's still doing all of these jobs. I guess that they're far off in the distance. A lot of them are just duplicated jobs because some of them don't get emitted. So it's actually, we're only doing maybe like 1, 2, 3 that get done. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just because the jobs are going like that, I'm realizing now, doesn't actually mean that we're like creating new meshes. We only create new meshes when this happens, right? And so obviously that only happens when we have the replacement thing going on, right? Maybe it'll save us some trouble if we just do LOD level is greater than. Only if the LOD is greater than the current, that will replace it. And otherwise we'll just lazily replace it. Instead of doing in both directions. Because say you have something at 0 that's going down to 1. Oh, but then you aren't going to ever get new slots for things if you don't replace it manually. Yeah. Like that's fine, but you're just, if you lazily do that, then you're not going to replace. Yeah. Yeah, that does not work. This is so well done. Thanks. I don't personally like my steaks like that, but you know, like more like a medium rare type of person. You like them well done, yeah. Yeah. It should have to emit it even if it's a replacement. It should have to. It should just go to a lower LOD. What tech do I use? This is just OpenGL, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, the lag. Yeah, that's an insane amount of fucking chunks in one frame. Holy shit. It's only a few LOD 0, but it's still a lot for one frame. And let's see the camera. 1002. Yeah, this is nowhere near it. So replacements are getting the wrong LOD level. Jobs.LOD. LOD equals LOD level. And that proves that this is... What version? What's the project? It's just 4.6, right? It's like a space simulator, so I'm doing like planets, right? How to handle LODs. This is like my own LOD like kind of system. It's not really like LOD for like actual meshes or whatever, right? If you have just like typical LOD like with meshes, then you can pre-compute that. But my terrain happens in real time, right? So it's not really a possibility for me. I kind of want to print out the fucking disk just so that I can prove that this is not supposed to be a 0. Like, that's not supposed to be a 0. 0.36 negative 60. And it's obviously not on the list. It's at 9. It's at 9. And the LOD... What does the index say? Oh shit. The index is the same for many meshes in a row. That probably is the problem. That is indeed the problem. That is probably the problem. Is index is I. Index is I. So that's not. K does go straight into here, so it does. We take the chunk ID. So this chunk ID is always the same then. Is this project open source? No, not yet, no. I usually just like code things, and then when they're done, I put them up. Who's Sarah? Got problems compiling? Oh yeah? With what? What specifically? All of the chunk IDs end up the same. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, just what was the problem with compiling though? Did you do you have an architecture thing, or it's made with inlining specifically for a certain architecture kind of, which is why I don't really have like a make file up. But yeah, if you have any like specific problems you had with compiling it, just let me know what the specific error was. So we're getting the same one back. Let's see K then. Getting the same one. Yeah. That was a code error? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it compiles fine for me, on my end, but old game? Yeah, that yeah, you can delete there's a folder I think for like old whatever that you can you don't really have to do anything. Yeah, all of those are just like old versions of the files. That folder called old versions, that was just put up there because somebody wanted to see old versions of the files. It's not those aren't required for compiling them, if that's what you're referring to. So they all have different Ks and different LODs. Okay, got it. So chunk data chunk ID is not unique. In Unix's header. Oh, you can probably just delete that then. It was probably like, not important. Probably. I tried to upload everything, but does it compile with it commented out or not? Or does that include actually do anything? That might, yeah. If it does, then I'll upload whatever file that is. Shit. The only place that I do chunk ID is down here. And then yeah. All the functions depend on that? Really? Can you tell me what file that's included in? I'll take a look right now. What is the name of this folder? Right. Types old? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about types old? Talking about types old? Is that the one? If that's what you're referring to, then it compiles without it. At least for me right now. I don't know of any other old thing in here. But yeah, it compiles without it. You can just comment it out. But should probably, delete that to make things less confusing. But types.h is the file with everything, But obviously, if I comment out types.h, then you're going to have a problem. But oh, how does it compile without types.h? Huh. Okay, well, maybe that doesn't prove anything then. Huh. What does the build script have in it? It does have search, let's see. Why can I comment everything out and it doesn't, and the LSP just doesn't pick it up? Oh, it's probably because, no, we are. Huh. I don't know. That's quite weird. I don't fucking understand why that's happening. Oh, I guess it's because something else includes it, but yeah. But I guess some of these are redundant, that's why. Okay. I guess something includes type.h that already has it, so that's why. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can, I can change that, I guess. I know that you left, but yeah, it's nothing depends on it. Anyway. So that's why everything's broken, is that chunk ID, for some reason, is not, the IDX is not 100% unique. Is it due to this, or? Okay, so now all of them are unique. Yes, all of them are unique again. So it's this that's the problem. It's if the replacement index is not -1, then we take the old, which is the replacement index. So we take the old, and then we need to go into here and free this, and set this this chunk ID to -1. And now let's see if that fixes it. Okay, well that's not good, but it still fixes the issue. So theoretically, that's what we have to do. But is that actually going to fix what it says? Probably not. Anyway, I've been here for way too long. I'm really tired, but I'll keep you updated with what I got going on, and all of that. So, peace out. I'm probably gonna figure this out later, but yeah, I need to rest my eyes. I'm like going crazy. All right, peace out.